One, two, 1, 2. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. My name is
Mic check
One,
1 2.
two. Still.
Say love me or leave me or let me be lonely. You won't believe me, but I love you only. I'd rather be lonely than happy with somebody else. You might find the nighttime the right time for kissing. Nighttime is my time for just reminiscing, regretting instead of forgetting with somebody else. There'll be no one unless that someone is a you. I intend to be independently blue. Say hey, hey, don't want your love, don't want to borrow. Have it today to give back tomorrow. Your love is my love and my love is nobody else. Want your love, don't wanna borrow. Have it today to give back tomorrow. Your love is my love. Your love is your love. And you are somebody else. Somebody else. Yebo satanda, yalo mastana, silale matonge. Dibanjwa nguwe, oyalo mastana, silale matonge. Nguwe lo, yalo mastana, silale matonge. Zenzi wanguwe. Yalo bastana nesilale matonge bazalipa dibizele novulawa tetani naye itandi bilenda wela bazalipa dibizeleni sitano sa tetani guso itani bilenda wela sitando sam zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha ngokundilindile zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha sitandwa sam zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha akavelu nomvula wam zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha dingabathumela badlula ngende aphendule nomvula wam dingabathumela abahlobo bakho aphenduli nomvula wam dingabathumela badlula ngende aphendule nomvula wam dingabathumela abahlobo bakho aphenduli nomvula wam bazali bam dibizelelo nomvula wam tetani naye itani bilenda wela bazali bam dibizeleni sitano sam tetani guso itani bilenda wela sitano sam zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha ngokundilindile zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha sitando sam zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha ngokundilindile zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha Oh, sitano sam zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha ngokundilindile zalaishi mote masimini zalaisha.
Yes. Two, one. Oyama. One, we are ready.
I think this is appropriate start. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning. Please stand up and greet the people next to you and welcome them to this frank dialogue. Okay, we can take our seats. Welcome to Frank Dialogue. Dumelang.
Tobela.
Please, can you give our violinists there a round of applause? Starting us off with Mbombela, eh?
How
Masa?
fitting. How fitting to start off with that song in
Absolutely. We're talking
particular.
about transport and the moving of goods, moving of people, and how that relates to energy and the economy.
and how it actually is the heart of our economy. And to introduce myself, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Masa Gegana, and I'll be your co-facilitator for
Who
today.
on a full-time basis chases down the crooks on what is called carte blanche.
Everything is off the record today, just to be clear.
Absolutely. No, we're going to be very nice to everybody. My name is Professor J.J. Tawani, your chief facilitator and convener of this dialogue. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here at this very important dialogue. And of course, right away to thank our generous sponsors, Shell, downstream in South Africa, who have generously put their, what did they say, mouth or whatever?
Money where their mouth is.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah. And they've done that because these things are expensive, Masa. I don't want to lie to you. So we're doing this one, and then we're going to do a follow-up one in Cape Town on the 9th of October, which will be just before what is called Africa Energy Week. And it's not easy to get some serious company like Shell to think a small company like us can do something great that they could be associated with. So can you please give a round of applause to Shell, South Africa. Talking about Bombela, the chairman of the Gautrain is here. He's going to open the conference.
I was telling him that I almost used the Gautrain yesterday because it is really one of our stellar services.
Yep.
But I didn't only because of luggage.
Yeah, and that would have been the fourth mode of transport for you this week because
Yes.
you went scuba diving
Yes.
with your boyfriend.
Yes. We can see the
And
big
you
brother
used-
in the room.
You used the boat. You flew to Devon. Is it Devon?
I flew
to Devon?
Yes. Drove
Drove-
to Allowell Shoal, took a boat
Oh.
to the dive,
Came back here and almost took the whole
and
train.
almost took a train. Yeah.
I think the dialogue is over. But let's look at some of what transport means to the economy.
And I also just want to mention that, usually when we have these frank dialogues, a prof doesn't really have an opening presentation, but because of the severity of what we're talking about today being transport, we had to talk about some of the facts versus the fiction in a digital era where there's misinformation, disinformation, and all kinds of information. We want the right information.
Absolutely. And the issue was just to say transport so serious at the center of the economy. Look at the numbers. 15.55 billion rand estimated estimate of the market size of freight and logistics in this year in South Africa.
And let's just be clear, US dollars.
Yeah.
That's how big it is.
It's huge. And of course, there's a recognition that this is huge and it's going to be huge for a long time to come. Hence, 402 billion has been allocated to invest in transport and logistics. Obviously, or hopefully, it ends up where it's supposed to.
Hopefully.
Not in anybody's pocket, yeah?
Hopefully. And just to also mention, the Deputy Minister of Transport will be joining us virtually. So if you have any questions that you would like to ask, you're more than welcome to.
Absolutely. And so are some of the, truly, if you look at 1.2 million people hired in this sector alone. And if you look at those numbers, if I go back to this 402 billion, the big question is who benefits, right? Does this money end up in the right hands from a point of view of empowerment, right? And that's why we've got the chair of the BEE commission is here. He's going to talk to us about what on earth is happening on transformation in that sector. The chair of the BEE Charter for Transport also here, going to be on the panel. The former chair also here. So we just brought the big guns to come and really focus on this thing about is the transport landscape changing or not. Also the BBC Vice President, I think, is going to be here also, Mr. Greg Mufokeng.
Because as we said, we are focusing on the state of transformation. There's so much to talk about in transport, but specifically, is it becoming inclusive?
Well, let's talk about the taxi industry, okay? We should be focusing on making sure, it's one of the biggest economies. I don't think there's let me just see, I don't think there's a slide here that talks about the taxis. But anyway, the taxis and the Ubers are busy fighting. We hope that we need to plug what is called policy gaps. How do we make sure that we're not distracted by things like that, but we focus on how we make sure our people can benefit from these big industries.
Hey, Mara JJ, we need to get to implementation at some point. I remember in 2015 already, still at EWN, covering the protest between taxi drivers and e-hailing services. And here we are, more than a decade later, and we're still having the same challenge.
Roughly, we need to be talking today about how do we move the economy? How do we move people safely? How do we build the transport system of our future, right? And all of these things have to do with how this links to all sorts of issues. We are saying between this dialogue and the Cape Town one, we'll be looking at transport and energy and see how they interrelate. But at the end, ask the question, do our people benefit?
So that's exactly what we'll be discussing. And just so you know, for our social media platforms, we are on all social media, from Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and the hashtag is Frank Dialogue.
But this happens during Women's Month. I want to take some time to recognize our women. Just give all of our women of our country and the world a big round of applause. And then we're going to, let's celebrate. We're going to celebrate. I hope you can stand up in your seat and move a little bit as we celebrate our women folk. Over to you.
Kumamalo, ondizalayo, 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 kumamalo, ondizalayo. Yathi wathi ewe. Yathi uthini ke ngomntu bathi I sing kumama lobe phala lengwathi I sing kumama lobe phala lengwathi Kabi kumama ngethethi esanala Kabi kumama ngethethi esanala I sing kumama lobe phala lengwathi Kumama lobe phala lengwathi Kabi kumama ngethethi esanala Kabi kumama ngethethi yo esanala oh ayo ngethethi esanala oh ayo ngethethi yo ayo ngethethi esanala ayo wathi ke ngoku bezathi xa igqibezela ndije nje kumama ndije nje kuma dili yoko yoko ndije nje kumama ndije nje nange sudenja dili yoko yoko ndije nje
Come on, let's sing for our mothers. Come on. Dinje, nje, kumama. Nje, nje. All right, I'm going to ask Miss Sitole from Empower Hair to talk to us for 5 minutes. Let's give Miss Sitole a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Prof. JJ. Well, you started with your own vibe. I came with my own as well. So I'm going to ask our team to play the video.
Embracing the scars on the arms of a fighter.
And this morning, it's such a pleasure to be among such amazing leaders, leaders of such amazing leaders, leaders of industry. And it's also a privilege for us to be able to say something about the contribution that we are making as EmpowerWorks. My name is Dorek Sitole, and I'm the managing executive for a program called Empower Her, but it sits under EmpowerWorks. And we're an organization that leads in Africa when it comes to impact and advisory aspects in terms of us as a firm. So today I just wanted to chat to you quickly about what we do, and we're going to move quickly through the presentation as I speak. When you think about us, I want you to think about an organization that carries individuals with over 200 years of expertise and experience in the industry. We are a Black-owned company, and we've engaged with close to 50,000 women in terms of our programs. Our strategy is always one built from an integrated model. So if we move along in terms of the presentation, you will see that we've got different aspects of what we do. So I'm going to touch on some of the programs. It's not just women that we focus on. We also focus on men. I always say you can't nurture a leader who's a woman, and the woman cannot find a good leader who's a man. So we have programs that focus on that. And if you are a man in the room, I will encourage you that it's not just Women's Month. We've got a lot of programs that are coming up in the year, and we are going to be focusing on men. We have a summit. We're expecting close to 4,000 men who are going to be attending that summit towards the end of the year. But still speaking about the work that we do, I was talking about an integrated model in terms of how we work. As you can see, we started a video, and it's Empower Women. We have our Leadership Summit coming up on Saturday. It's our 10th annual summit, and we do this every year just to ensure that we keep unlocking opportunities for women so they can take up leadership positions as well and be economically empowered. So if you're looking at the screen, you can see there we've got a speakers firm. We also have our Empower Entrepreneurs. I brought my colleague today. So if you're interested in funding young entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs that are coming from the continent, the lady is in the room today, and I will show her to you. I dressed in red on purpose because I want to make sure that I stand out and am identifiable. So the colleagues from Shell thought I work for them, and I just decided maybe I should be employed. Yes, sir. Exactly, exactly. He was just worried about my budget. I said I come at a very high price, so maybe think about the pay slip as well. But other than that, there is something else that is more important than what I've spoken about, because I am the managing executive, and that refers to tapping into the younger generation when it comes to leadership. Today, we're here to talk about transforming the transport industry. We are going to talk about the what, but let's also talk about the who. Who is going to be the one responsible for the transformation process? Who's going to lead in that industry? And I wanted to introduce a program called Empower Her, which is going to be launched in October. And right after Empower Women, we do not sleep at Empower Works. We are moving on to Empower Her. It is Women's Month every month for us. And this is a program targeting young women who are aged 18 to 35, young women with high potential. And we're targeting 200 young women. They are not going to be self-nominated. We want them to be endorsed by an organization, which is why I'm here today. I am here to appeal to all of you to think about how you can contribute to the next generation of future leaders, the young women. We talk about a seat on the table, and we talk about taking up those positions, but let's also talk about being prepared for the seat on the table. Are we competent enough to take that seat on the table? And this is what we do. Just like building a road, you think about where the road is going to lead. Let's think about an intentional way to lead our young people towards a future that is much brighter, a future that empowers them to take up CEO positions. Think of a university student who's sitting right now asking themselves, how do I become a board member or a chairperson for Shell? What does that look like? And we're encouraging organizations that are in this room today to partner with us. This is going to be launched in October 29th to the 31st. It's a high-impact accelerator leadership program for 200 women. And I do trust that after all is said and done, our young people must never say, I was not given an opportunity because I did not know. I didn't know which door to knock on. I didn't know who to speak to. This is why we are here as Empower Her. And on behalf of Empower Works, we'd like to say thank you so much for continuing to do the work that you do. And we are open to conversations around partnerships. These are all lists of the tracks that we're going to have on the day. As a partner, you can plant yourself and say, we want to talk about innovation, digital leadership. We want to talk about health and wellness. We want to talk about these aspects. You're all leaders and experts in all the different categories. And I do believe that there's greater things to come in the future for all our young women. And to you, Prof. JJ, thank you so much for this platform. And if you'd like to speak to me during the break, I am not available for Prof. JJ and Ms. Masa to interrogate me on a hot seat, but I am available for everyone else who's got questions on our program and everything else that we do. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Just to say, the Frank Dialogue will be partnering with Empower Her. And I know there are a lot of executives here with power. That those are the type of people we invite to these dialogues. Your challenge is to nominate a woman in your company to attend this 3-day immersion, right? And this is a person who you, in your company, you believe this person could be a future board member, future executive, a future leader of your particular company. So that's a challenge, and you can, during the break, whisper to Ms. Toledo to see how you can get involved. So that's our way of celebrating Women's Month, Masa.
And I'm actually really glad that you reminded us that every month should be Women's Month. It's not just once off and ending in a couple of days. So thank you very much to Dorek Sitole. And we will be posing some questions. But I think for protocol, as she had mentioned, the national anthem is due.
Let us all stand. All right, please take your seats, Masa. Let's go to the people. Let's find out what are the people expecting. Just to welcome the Deputy Minister of Transport, Minister Tlongwa, on the line. He's joining in and will be listening to what you're saying. You can already direct some questions to him. I wanted to welcome the Chairman of Shell, the Chairman of Gautrain, and the Chairman of Gautrain, Professor Nzobi, could be ready shortly to come and open the conference for us on behalf of the MEC of Transport. Masa?
Okay, so I am at table number 18. Your expectations for today?
Morning, everyone. It's my first time at this event. My expectation is to find out what the possible challenges will be in this transformation journey. I'm in the finance industry. I've seen a lot of challenges that particularly black-owned firms face. Transformation is always the key word, but I haven't seen the wheels that move transformation forward to support particularly the black-owned firms. So hopefully today there can be some kind of solutions or ideas on what the real moving stones will be or the real action that we can take to really, really transform the industry.
Vital indeed. Any more expectations, comments before we kick things off for today? And just to remind you, this is a frank dialogue. We are going to have a discussion. It's not a talk shop. It is something that we are using to archive for our history. We're making sure that all these recordings, all the information that's gathered as well, makes its way to the relevant sources too. So it's not just a tick box exercise. It is an active and tangible way of being involved in transformation in this country, one sector at a time.
All right, you don't have anybody this side.
I think we've got a very
What's your
slow
register?
start. Kamo, I'm going to give them a break, and then I'm going to kick in my carte blanche hat very soon and start naming and shaming and finding my next case study.
All right, let's ask Professor Nzobi. Professor Nzobi is the chairperson of the Gautrain. Please give him a round of applause. I don't remember, I no longer remember when there was no Gautrain, you know, and I think it's one of the things that showcase that something good can come out of South Africa and be sustained properly. You can't even chew a gum on the damn thing. Professor Nzobi?
Thank you very much, Prof. JJ. I hope you have seriously considered the risk of replacing a politician with a scholar. In case you are trying to save time, I don't think you are doing very well there. Program Director, Deputy Minister of Transport, Mkhulekwa Hlengwa, heads of departments, members of the Executive Council present here this morning, chief executive officers and senior government officials, executive mayors and members of mayoral committees responsible for transport across our metros and local municipalities, leadership of the Road Traffic Management Corporation, the Council for Geoscience and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, leadership of the minibus taxi industry, commuter associations and civil society, captains of industry, technology innovators, and transport operators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. It is my distinct honor and privilege on behalf of the Gauteng MEC for Roads and Transport, MEC Kidiboni Diale Hlabela, to welcome you to this important frank dialogue on the state of transport and energy industry. To all our delegates who have traveled from different parts of our country, representing national, provincial and local government, state entities, research institutions, the private sector, transport industry, organized commuter structures, and civil society, welcome. Ria le amogela, sianamkela, welcome to Gauteng. While Gauteng has the privilege, a program director, of hosting us this morning, the conversation before us is bigger than Gauteng. This is a South African conversation. It is a conversation about how we move our people, how we move our goods, how we connect communities to economic opportunities, how we maintain our roads infrastructure, how we maintain and modernize public transport, how we secure the energy required to power a modern economy. And ultimately, how transport and energy can become powerful instruments for economic growth, industrialization, spatial transformation, and social inclusion across South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, transport is not simply about roads, railways, buses, taxis, airports, or vehicles. Transport is the bloodstream of an economy. Every day, millions of South Africans depend upon our transport system to reach employment, to reach schools, universities, hospitals, markets, and businesses. Our farmers depend upon transport infrastructure to get produce to market. Our mines depend upon freight corridors. Our manufacturers depend upon efficient logistics. Our ports depend upon functioning road and rail connections. Our tourism industry depend upon safe and reliable mobility. And our communities depend upon affordable public transport. Therefore, when our transport system works, our economy works. Niyayiva loo nto? When our transport system works, our economy works. Iyasebenza. When it does not work, the consequences are felt far beyond the transport sector. That is why today's gathering matters. One of the greatest challenges confronting South African transport system is fragmentation. We have different spheres of government, different transport authorities, different operators, and different modes. Yet, the passenger experiences one journey. A commuter does not experience government in departments and institutional mandates. The commuter simply wants to leave home in the morning and arrive at work safely, affordably, and on time. That requires us to rethink how we plan transport. We must move from siloed to integrated transport system. Rail, buses, bus rapid transit, minibus taxis, e-hailing system, roads, and non-motorized transport should increasingly function as parts of one interconnected mobility ecosystem. This reflects the strategic transition from fragmented modal systems towards an integrated transport grid contained in the framework before us. This is not only a Gauteng challenge, but nonetheless, it affects all of us. It's a national challenge. The principle is simple. One commuter, one journey, multiple modes, one integrated network. For my sins, I happen to be in the rail industry. So rail must play an increasingly important role as a high-capacity backbone of the public transport, particularly in our major metropolitan regions. But rail cannot operate in isolation. Rail must connect effectively with buses, BRT systems, minibus taxis, walking and other modes. Our source framework similarly envisages linking passenger rail, BRT and minibus routes into an integrated commuter network where transfers become safer and more predictable. Like you were saying, my dear sister, in the morning. The minibus taxi industry, in particular, must be recognized as an indispensable part of the South African transport system. Millions of South Africans rely on taxis every day. The future, therefore, cannot be about designing public transport around the taxi industry. It must increasingly be about designing our future transport system with the taxi industry. That is genuine co-creation. Program Director, as I conclude, our roads and infrastructure remain fundamental to South Africa's economic competitiveness. But we must also reconsider how we maintain them. For too long, infrastructure management has often followed a cycle of failure, response, repair, and repeat. Technology now gives us an opportunity to change that model. Artificial intelligence, satellite monitoring, real data increasingly allow infrastructure authorities to identify risks before failure occurs. So the proposed approach to dolomitic geohazards illustrates this potential, combining satellite monitoring, drone technology, and ground sensors to provide early warning before structural road failures. This principle, Program Director, extends beyond any single province. South Africa must progressively move from reactive infrastructure repair to predictive asset management. We must preserve what we build. Digital transformation must also change how citizens experience transport. A person should not lose an entire day's income simply because they need to renew a license or access a government service. Smart licensing centers, digital platforms, biometric systems, automated services, and cashless transactions can reduce waiting times. They can improve integrity and make public services more accessible. There are questions that require transport engineers, energy specialists, municipalities, government, universities, research institutions, and industry to sit at the same table. That is precisely why gatherings such as this one matter. But regardless of how sophisticated our technology becomes, we cannot discuss mobility without discussing human life. Road safety remains one of South Africa's most serious transport challenges. So government has a responsibility to provide safer roads, appropriate lighting, pedestrian infrastructure, effective law enforcement, and better public transport. But road users also have a responsibility. That is the meaning behind it. It starts with you. It does not mean that government steps away from its responsibilities. It means that infrastructure, enforcement, and technology must be accompanied by responsible behavior from drivers, operators, pedestrians, and passengers. Every journey must ultimately end with somebody arriving home safely. Our second call is equally important. Aga le rona, build with us. That invitation extends far beyond Gauteng. Our commuters do not distinguish between a municipal pothole and a provincial pothole. They do not care which sphere of government controls a traffic signal that is not working. They simply expect government to work. It is an invitation to national government, all 9 provinces, municipalities, state-owned entities, the private sector, research institutions, universities, organized transport industries, everybody in collaboration. The transport challenges facing South Africa are simply too large and too interconnected for any institution to solve alone. We need partnerships. We need partnerships. We need innovation. We need investment. And importantly, we need execution. We must increasingly move from asking, whose responsibility is this, to asking, how do we solve this together? Deputy Minister, esteemed guests, I encourage us to ensure that this gathering lives up to its name. Let this be a genuinely frank dialogue, Prof. JJ. Let us acknowledge what is working. Let us speak candidly about what is not working. Let government listen to the industry. Let industry listen to commuters. Let policymakers listen to researchers and innovators. And let us listen to communities that ultimately experience the consequences of decisions we make. Because the future we are discussing is not the future of one department, one sector, one province, or one transport mode. Welcome. Welcome to this dialogue. Welcome to this partnership. And from the people and government of Gauteng, welcome to Gauteng. Make yourselves at home. Let us use this morning not merely to describe our challenges, but to begin building solutions together. Aga le rona, build with us. It starts with you. Re a le amogela, ke a leboga. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and successful dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Another round of applause for Professor, the chairman of Gautrain. Talking about government listening to the people, let's welcome the Deputy Minister of Transport. Tata, if you can project the Minister I hope that, Minister, you can hear us. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Prof, and to everybody in the room.
We appreciate. Yeah, we can hear you, Minister.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. If your team can just... Has now been entrusted with all the entities of the department. Secondly, is that we have, since August 2024, as the Department of Transport, become the line function department for Transnet, SAA, and the other subsidiaries of those broader entities, bringing our responsibility of oversight to some 20 entities and councils within the transport ecosystem. Our primary focus is to make a meaningful contribution to development growth and job creation and economic development of the country. We see transport as a strategic pillar holding the center of the country's ambitions as we seek to move goods, people, and logistics throughout the country and in the region. When we speak about integration, is to ensure that people are able to access any mode of transportation at ease, and that is why, amongst others, we are introducing a one ticketing system across the modes of transport, consolidating the grants into a broader public transport grant system, which will bring together the public transport grant, the taxi recapitalization, amongst others. We've already seen improvements in our ports. The Port of Durban was at the bottom half of the global rankings on the table and has now moved to the top half of the table. Substantial investments have been made into the Port of Cape Town, Durban, Ngqura, Richards Bay, amongst others, to improve our efficiencies there. The passenger trips, we've opened up 35 of the 40 priority lines, and we've already recorded in the financial year under review just over 101 million passenger trips, taking us up from the very low numbers of pre-COVID and during COVID, which were stagnant at about 19 million trips per year. We want to then lastly say that when we look at the integration of government, is to ensure that there is a seamless ecosystem of cooperation, planning, and budgeting at national, provincial, and municipal level of government. This is about streamlining our grants, including the municipal infrastructure grant, which is administered through COGTA. At municipalities, it is the transfers of the provincial roads maintenance grant that we disperse to provinces, which is currently standing just below 20 billion rands for the current financial year, which seeks to assist provinces meet the demands of provincial maintenance. SANRAL continues on an expansion program of our national roads, with some 31 billion rands made available to that. And it is important that we also underscore we have taken up provincial roads into the SANRAL network, which has been an addition of just under 3,100 kilometers over the past 10 years or so. So, Prof, the important thing is that whilst we deal with the bricks and mortar of infrastructure, is also positioning transport as a jobs driver and an enabler, and also saving lives. And I want to focus on one last critical aspect. Road safety remains one of the biggest challenges for South Africa currently. Road fatalities and crashes are costing the economy estimatedly 266 billion rands per year. We are making progress in the reduction of our fatalities. In 2025, we recorded a 6.2% reduction in comparison to 2024, and we are currently in the 26th year, down some 9%. But these are human lives. These are families which are affected by this loss, and we lost 11,400 lives on South African roads in 2025. We therefore, at every platform and engagement, once we have spoken about the importance of transport, infrastructure and development, underscore the human cost of what it means to not do the things that we are supposed to do, or not do the things which are important for safety. We have to save lives, and we are making a clarion call to all practitioners, to all officials, and to every platform to churn out the message of road safety so that we can be able to save lives. This is including but not limited to scholar transport and the interventions which we are bringing there, amongst others, defense driving for those transporting our children, and we'll be introducing amendments which we call 00, which effectively means zero tolerance on drinking and driving, by introducing 0% limit on alcohol behind the steering wheel, amongst others. Enhanced driver training, including in the taxi and bus industry, and we have begun to record decreases in the contribution of taxis and buses to fatalities, and they are now at 17% of the overall loss of life. So, Prof, when we speak about the loss of life, is that pedestrians are forming 44% of our deaths on roads. And this tells us that our socio-economic spatial planning is a major contributor as people seek to put money back in their pockets by walking to work, amongst others. And therefore, the need for integration is of critical importance, so that people, whilst they try and save money, at the same time we ensure that they are safe. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I look forward to the questions and engagements that will be posed.
Wonderful. Round of applause for the Minister, Deputy Minister there of Transport. Minister, I must say your hands are completely full between the Road Accident Fund, to SANRAL, to SAA, to Transnet. Your hands are completely full, and I must congratulate you for having grasped the subject so quickly. One of the few things that I can say that are positive about the GNU is you becoming a deputy minister in that particular government. Masa?
Okay, let's start off with our first question from Moreki, our main sponsor, of course. That is the country chairperson of Shell Downstream, Alwanu Musesi. What do you have to say, sir?
Good morning, Deputy Minister, and thank you for joining us. My first question to you would be, in terms of, PPPs in the country, if you look at infrastructure budget from a national treasury point of view, you get more or less 2.5% of those becoming PPP in terms of infrastructure. My question to you, with this ambitious agenda that you have, what more can we do in this space to get PPPs going in order to bridge the infrastructure gap?
The Minister could answer. Any more questions?
Yeah, let's take Mr. Mike Mabasa over there.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Deputy Minister. I actually want to ride on the same train as the Moreki and focus specifically on public procurement, Minister, if I may. We obviously know that, and you've indicated earlier in your input, that your department is now responsible for more than 20 SOEs, agencies, councils, and entities within the transport ecosystem, which is massive. And all those entities have also a huge balance sheet in their own right. I mean, if you look at Transnet alone, you look at SAA, all those companies have massive balance sheets. And obviously, we also know that government is the largest purchaser of transport services in the country and also infrastructure in South Africa. How can we use public procurement very intentionally in order for us to be able to make sure that we are able to empower Black industrialists and also technology capabilities within the sector, because that's not coming through as strongly as we would expect. And I think it would be good to hear your thoughts, Deputy Minister, in relation to how we can be able to use public procurement in particular to empower those companies that want to play specifically in the transport sector going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maba. So we're going to take one more question over here.
All right.
Thanks. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Mine is just short. We know very well that I haven't heard you talking about the flight as a mode of transportation. I just want to find out that the SAA is partly privately owned. Are there any plans from government to take back the ownership of SAA? Secondly, are there any plans for small businesses to provide fuel to SAA? Thirdly, are there any plans for funding the taxi industry, like you fund the buses, PADCO? Thank you.
Do we have time just for one more?
Quickly.
Just quick.
One quick one, and I'll give the Deputy Minister to round off. Thank you.
Okay, I think just coming after that one is going to be a bit tricky. Good morning to everyone. I want to ask quickly, a quick one. Working in the taxi industry, and some of that is looking into people that travel longer distance. Is there something that we are trying to do in terms of RAF? Is the government or the Department of Transport doing anything in working with the governmental legal departments just to speed up the process? Because most of the commuters that are using taxis, it's, I would say, a non-educated background. It's Nkhono who gets into an accident and she doesn't get a payout on time, or there isn't a local hospitals that are there. Do we have systems in place that we are looking into, maybe saying we can work together with the legal teams from our government space, which is like your legal wise and all of that? And then do we have any extra relationships or any talks of saying, if you happen to have been in an accident and you come from Eastern Cape and you come from KwaZulu-Natal, we can try and speed up the process of your medical records being done on time? Because what usually delays these processes of claims and payouts, it's because there's no resources. Now I'm hurt, I'm home. It was the last 400 rand that I had for my taxi, and I'm told I must wait for RAF and the government is going to do something. Are we looking into utilizing that space in terms of fusing the departments together? Because I did hear you touch the road safety and how the loss and safety and systems are in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much for those very comprehensive questions. Prof, I'm not sure how much time you have for me, so I will rely on you to cough when I need to round up so that I can try and be as substantive as possible in the responses. Let me start off with RAF, because that's where you started off when you listed the entities, and the last question is anchored in RAF. Let me start off by saying that I'm happy to report that we've been able to drive a very strong stabilization process at RAF from governance point of view towards normalization of the ecosystem. And the entity has come out of a disclaimed audit outcome to an unqualified audit opinion with findings. Obviously, that is not the ideal audit outcome, but we are making progress in that regard. And I think it is key that we have financial governance as an assurance provider to the public and to the ambitions that we have. Secondly, on RAF, I would slightly want to disagree with the characterization of those who are using the taxi industry on using taxis. 80% of South African commuters are using taxis. And this is a vast array of skills, knowledge, and expertise and capabilities and educational proficiencies and advancement. And so we are dealing with a full skill set of what it would be a South African demographic in that industry, in that space of commuters. So it would not necessarily just be those who may be on the lower end of the educational spectrum. You're speaking about students, workers, and people who are generally the drivers of the economy at various levels, and many whom are trying to use public transport to save money as opposed to actually, excuse me, use maybe their own vehicles at times. Thirdly, is that there is an introduction which we will be doing to Cabinet in the next couple of weeks now of the Road Accident Benefit Scheme, which seeks to revamp the Road Accident Fund. It will be a no-fault based system with a defined schedule of benefits in the ecosystem, and it actually comes in at an important time where we have concluded and Cabinet has approved the revised National Road Safety Strategy, which was last looked into in 2016, and we have now reviewed and revised and will be rolling out a new road safety plan in the country for 2030. The Road Accident Fund continues to, have challenges which, amongst others, are induced by the lawyers themselves, wherein the merits of the case may not be in dispute, but what is the towing and froing is the quantum of money that we need to pay. The claims are structured in two ways. You can make a direct claim as an individual, or you can have a claim through your lawyers. And that is wherein marks the difference about how then a claim is processed. I can indicate that we are generating revenue from the pumps of some 48 billion rands per year. And since August last year, we have been paying out, including backlogs, 4 billion rands per month to make sure that we deal with the backlogs which are in the ecosystem, some going back to 2010. The minister and I have begun REF outreach programs to communities in the country wherein we have missing claimants and some which require just a simple signatures to conclude a claim. About over a week ago, I was in Kokstad and we managed to find claimants which had been lost to the system for years on end. And on that day, by the time I left, we had settled claims at about 10 million rands. And so we are taking REF out of the office to complete the claims. It would be key to also underscore that the levy which we pay in the pumps, which is some 2 rands 27 cents, has amongst others found itself constrained with the emergence of electric vehicles. We are now doing a gap analysis to see how we can plug that gap, which amongst others in the road benefit scheme that we'll be introducing, will be making proposals around third-party insurance and public-private funding of the road accident fund. So REF is the entity in transition, coming from a very difficult past of poor governance, corruption, and neglect of its core mandate of ensuring that we pay claimants. We are seized with clearing the backlog, and that continues to be a key priority focus area for all of us. Once the new bill is out, we obviously are looking forward to public comment to strengthen the environment, to ensure that there are efficiencies that we can drive in that space. But I'm quite satisfied that we are turning the corner and that the entity is doing the best that it can under the very difficult conditions in which it finds itself. Funding for the taxi industry, you would have heard earlier on I spoke about the consolidation of all the public transport grants, and that includes the taxi recapitalization grant. What that includes now, Prof, is the major area of focus for us is the de-risking of the taxi industry. You will know that the interest rates which the taxi operators are paying are exorbitantly high, and that is a major contributor to some of the reckless and irresponsible driving that we see on the roads, to push hard enough to generate maximum returns on your funding. We are on your operations. We are speaking and working with the financial institutions and the banks on how we can reduce those interest rates to make it affordable to own a taxi so that we can also drive efficiencies within the space. So the reforms around the taxi industry, which speak to professionalization and corporatization, it's an infancy stage because we have to answer the critical questions around ownership and structure themselves, because these are individually owned taxis as opposed to association owned taxis, and it would be fundamentally very difficult to fund in that particular space without actually looking at all the challenges that are there. What we're trying to angle at now is, when we're speaking about professionalization, commercialization, and corporatization of the spaces, how we can beneficiate the taxi industry. So this is enhancing for other small businesses around the taxi rank economy, which is a booming industry, as you would know that. In fact, I always say, when I'm even joking around in the office, ngithi iplate laserenki lingcono kunokudla kwase-restaurant or at a fast food chain. And these are mama no baba who are making a living out of the organized nature of the taxi rank industry, and then the associated services that come with it. So we need to not just look at the operations of the taxis, but the opportunities available in and around the taxi rank industry, from small business and formal business right up to the other end of your space. So we are definitely looking at that. It's about panel beating services, which are authorized and working with your dealerships to make sure that you have authorized service providers. It is about how we can assist the taxi industry be able to operate, in the fuel space. So working with your energy producers that your petrol stations, amongst others. So we're looking at the entire value chain and seeing the opportunities available for beneficiation so that the industry can self-fund. Earlier on, I spoke about the one ticketing system, and this is including but not limited to bringing the taxi industry on board, so that if I board a taxi, I can produce a card, tap, get into the taxi, and be able to get into a train and continue on a journey. So we are also integrating first mile and last mile as part of the value chain ecosystem. We're working very well with Santaco and NTA, and we continue to be consultative in terms of ultimately producing a turnaround strategy of formalization for the sector. But we are obviously even now wanting to use the resources we have very quickly around the grant of taxi recap. Second to last, as I try to round up, I'm sorry, Prof, is that the PPPs and PSPs, we've already set up a public sector participation unit in the DBSA, which is working with us already. One of the first things we did actually when we arrived with Minister Christie here in the department. And what we are seeking to do is work on the logistics and the passenger rail space. We've looked at RFIs already. 11 private companies will be beginning work on the 1st of April 2027 to leverage the infrastructure that government has, and also to create competitiveness for Transnet as part of the players. We are doing the same on the PERSA ecosystem, and all of this will be found readily on our website, which is the DOT website, www.transport.gov.za, and then you can read substantively. I'm trying to be quick. So we do have a focus on PPPs and PSPs. In fact, one of the projects now is the front loading, as we try to answer now the infrastructure question and the infrastructure gap funding, which was raised, to say how can we begin front loading processes to enable provinces and municipalities to use future allocations. Now we are engaged with National Treasury on finalizing that framework so that it can actually quicken the infrastructure drive that we have. We are driving a major infrastructure build as well in the transport space. Sunrow, as I indicated, we've got an MTF allocation in the AXA environment of some 31 billion rands, which will upgrade our airports to improve efficiencies as well, to name but a few. The 19 billion rands of the provincial road maintenance grant, which is also a infrastructure-focused allocation. The last question broadly is around black industrialist transformation. Yes, a very critical aspect of our work, and already Sandral has begun. Just I think 2-3 months ago, they were meeting with emerging contractors and operators to be able to plug in now into the Sandral environment for a skills transfer, incubation, and training of those businesses so that they can actually participate. One of the things that is being done is that major infrastructure projects which are being done.
Minister, if it cuts you, please reconnect if you want to wrap
okay,
up.
Okay, I'm wrapping up. So let me just quickly then say on Sandral, when I was speaking about the contractor development program that they started off new and emerging operators some 2-3 months ago, that will be ongoing work and will be replicated in the infrastructure bill that we want to do. What we have directed is that there's a heightened investment into secondary projects in Sandral. So for example, if you are building on the N3, which is one of our biggest projects now, is that there has to be secondary development and infrastructure built in neighboring communities, whereby there's a skills transfer from the major contractors to the emerging contractors as part of long-term development. SAA is an entity in a turnaround strategy. We all know the issues of the past, wherein there was attempts to bring in another party. We all know that fell through, and we are trying to now turn the entity around. You would see that there's an increase in frequency of flights and routes from the almost 1,000 in 2021 to almost over 22,000 trips that the SAA fleet is doing around the world. And I can then, on the provision of fuel, there is work that we are doing. I can at a later stage maybe just bring that to you as well, Prof, just to respect your time. Lastly is to say, as part of our own governance assurance, as the department and ministry, I can report that last year, for the first time in 31 years, the Department of Transport got a clean audit. And to attest to the fact that it wasn't a fluke, we've been able to get a clean audit again for this current year, which is under review. So the space is taking shape from a governance point of view, from an infrastructure rollout point of view, and the necessary transformation and reviews of key policy instruments to drive the agenda of development. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to have raced through all of that so quickly. And where I've left off, I can always provide written responses to yourself, and you can share them with those in the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the Deputy Minister. And thank you once again, Minister, for joining us. Masa, you know, it's very difficult to find politicians who are so on point, so decent, so competent, and who have earned their salary. I mean, the Deputy Minister has earned his salary today. There's no doubt about that. So really want to appreciate you, Deputy Minister. Keep up the good work. And by the way, this work he's doing, it's not a fluke. You saw his excellent work as chairperson of SCOPA. Yeah. I'm not going to talk about his being a spokesperson of the IFP. That also is excellent thing he does. Minister, we let you go. Thank you very much. Let's give a minister a round of applause once again.
No, thank you very much, Prof. And all the best for the day ahead. God bless everyone, and may God bless Orlando Pirates. Thank you very much.
All right.
Couldn't agree more.
Masa, I thought that worked very well. I mean, that's why we have this technology.
No wonder we like him.
Yeah, that's why we have this. No, I'm not pirates. I'm chiefs.
Okay, well,
my wife is pirates, though, and my mother-in-law. So
we are on the
I must
right
be
team.
careful.
Be very careful with us Pagania supporters.
Listen, before you introduce our next speaker, I need to acknowledge our media partners. We have Sunday World, right, who's streaming this live. By the way, Sunday World last week reached a milestone of 5 million views on their website. Can we
Wow.
give
Wow.
Sunday World
Wow. Wow.
a round of applause under
That's incredible.
under new management of my friend John Bailey? 5 million. So we're not talking 2 people, 3 people listening and watching today. Secondly, we want to give a huge acknowledgement to Bricks TV and SABC Plus, who are also streaming us live. Please let's give a round of applause to SABC and then my favorite, Alex FM. Can you believe it? Right? Always there in our dialogues, streaming these conversations to the 500,000. Is it 500,000? 500? No, 500,000
500,000.
listeners. A big round of applause to Alex FM. I hope I didn't forget any media. Frank Dialogue podcast. We only on 6, episode number 6 or something. And we already have 10,000 subscribers. Not a bad thing. I mean, for 6 weeks, So this is also streaming on Frank Dialogue podcast. A round of applause to our media partners. Masa?
And I think it's very important that we stream these messages because there's so much that is said that actually has to resonate outside of these rooms as well.
Absolutely.
But how do we talk about transformation without talking about the BEE Commission and the work that they do? And it's very important that we introduce the Commissioner, Mr. Tsidiso Maduna, to come and give us the landscape in terms of the facts and figures. We were talking about misinformation, disinformation, and this is a man who has the stats. He knows what it looks like in terms of the aerial view and also the granular view when we're talking about transformation.
Absolutely. Also yes.
I do want to mention as well, and I hope you can correct these stats, Dr. Madonna, to talk about. It was last year where the Transport Minister, Barbara Creasy, was giving a speech, and she said that when we're talking about black-owned businesses in the transport sector, in 2022, there were 38%. In 2019, there were 48.6%. So we've dropped. What happened? Why is it dropping? And is the picture still looking the same in 2026? Or have we recovered to our 2019 numbers?
A round of applause for Commissioner Matuna.
Thank you very much, program directors, Professor Unkgopotse J.J. Tabani. We really appreciate the work you're doing on behalf of our country. As an advocate, a monitor, and a commentator on this very important subject. I would like my presentation to be loaded, please. I'm going to make a presentation, but I'd like to acknowledge all of you, acknowledge the Deputy Minister as he departs our midst, acknowledge the leadership of business here, in particular black business, the Vice President of the Black Business Council, I see him here, and other transformation activists. This is how I see you. I see you as fellow transformation activists. So I'm going to kind of share with you through a quick fly past of a research exercise. Research exercise that we have done as a commission in terms of our mandate of monitoring of transformation, as well as a mandate for advocacy. So I will also do a bit of advocacy as such. But I'd like to start here because I do find that, whilst for the most part we took it for granted that everyone understands what is the problem statement about transformation. What are we trying to solve for in this country? And to have something that is so fundamental, so foundational, so defining of who we are as a nation, and to find that there are increasing sections of our society and the population who don't quite get it. the younger generation who actually don't know the painful past of our country, that the democracy that we have, the freedom that we have, was born out of blood, tears, pain, and loss of life of our founding fathers. All right, and that in our country, we have had a legislation or package of laws that deliberately created inequality, laws that deliberately produced poverty, dispossession, and that as we embark on this period of democracy, where we can all go tomorrow and vote, but in many ways we're not equal. We did not start on the same footing. And that because this was done by law, this inequality was produced by laws, it's going to take the laws to correct it. That is the problem statement. So I do nowadays start here. We must educate the population and the youth in particular, because it pains me to see how they are getting lost, how they are falling for the disinformation, misinformation that is going around. This is a big, big task. For those of us who understand, please make sure that our kids, because they are going to be the leaders of our country going forward. So we are work in progress. We're work in progress. And let me just crystallize it in numbers. The South African population, the Census A's last census, established that white people constitute 7.8 of our population, 7.8. The rest is all of us, the majority Africans, but the majority black. And yet, that 7.8 accounts for the largest portion of our economy, easily 80% and above, is concentrated in a very small population. That is the problem statement that we are trying to sort out. And so we have this tool we've created, BEE, as a tool. It's only been around in, give or take 30 years. The legislation obviously started in 2003, but BEE as a policy has been there longer. 30 years, yes, it's a long time, and there's great progress and inroads that have been made. Let's not debate that. There are inroads that are being made. But 30 years is not enough. It's not enough time. And so we still have some way to go. And we did this research to precisely do that, to establish where are we at? Where is it working? What needs to be fixed to make it work even better? So we did this study. It was a partnership with the presidential Triple BEE advisory, the DTI, the Competition Commission, and SANAS. Now, the data for this research was sourced from the BEE certificate. Now, you all know that the legislation has designated the BEE certificate and the scorecard. We said we will measure BEE through the scorecard. So we had to go to the scorecard and to see. And we managed to get as many scorecards, BEE certificates as we can lay our hands on as an entity that has actually we didn't start at the beginning of BEE. We came into the scene whilst the BEE was progressing. In fact, much of the earlier data we can't access, but we're able to get 28,000 BEE certificates. And I must say, this does not necessarily represent the total population of BEE certificates, but at least it's the largest ever number of BEE certificates that the Commission has been able to look at, to analyze. And you can see there that the representation in the sample of large companies, followed by qualified small enterprises, and the exempted or the smallest micro and entities at the bottom. And you'll see also there's a large portion of the sample that is unknown. We couldn't quite attribute to, and that also speaks to another challenge about data. How the data is kept and how do we get access to it as such. In terms of sectors, you can see there, the generic sector is 11,000 plus certificate, and then of course the highest number is construction. Told me that they generate upwards of 50,000 certificates in construction. Transport, you can see there about 3,000 or so certificates that we looked at. It's important for me to make this point in terms of what we did. So we looked at the certificates. We sourced them from verification agencies. As you know, they are the ones who issue certificates. They're accredited by SANAS. And we tracked compliance checks across the 5 elements of the scorecard, being ownership, management, participation of Black people in management, enterprise and supply development, skills, and socio-economic development. And over that period, 2013. As a caveat, we have not, this was not an assessment of the same companies over the period. So it was just looking at available certificates. So it's not what is called a panel research or longitudinal research. It's a time series. First point. Second point, really, we look at what the aggregated numbers are telling us. We have no visibility to who lies behind the numbers and to the quality of the compliance. That's another exercise. Thirdly, this does not tell you what the contribution of BEE is to macro indicators, the growth of the economy or job creation or poverty alleviation. That, I think, is the next place to go to as we assess how the policy is working. In terms of highlights, what was comforting to me is to realize that actually BEE is embedded in the economy. It's a way of doing business in South Africa. And there are many, many businesses that accept it because they want to avail themselves of the opportunities of being compliant, because you can then have access to the largest market in the country, which is government procurement, which goes into multiples of trillions of rands per annum. That's the incentive why companies want to have themselves comply and be measured. And so we see over time that the number of entities that avail themselves to be measured has been increasing, and that everybody's trying to perform at the highest level, which is level 1 to 4, as well as level 1 and 2. That's actually, signals very good implementation, good performance, and so on. In terms of strong compliance, what have we seen at levels 1 to 4? We see that construction comes tops transport also good representation in level 1 to 4, followed by forestry and media, advertising, and communications. In terms of elements, ownership, showing very good, steady improvement. Yes, steady, but definite improvements in terms of the acquisition of black people, of shareholding in companies through various means. This is both direct shareholding as well as through indirect means, through broad-based schemes, mandated investments, and so on. As well as employee share ownership schemes. Many companies now actually have employee share ownership schemes. So it is not true that BEE has only benefited 100 politically connected individuals. Don't believe that. That's part of the misinformation and disinformation against BEE. There was a time at the beginning, yes, where that was the norm, but not anymore. In fact, a fellow researcher who follows BEE, Duma Kubule, he just did a research now on BEE representation on the Johannesburg Exchange, and he did not find any politically connected or even politician in the ownership, of the companies, the JSE listed companies. I think top 60 JSE listed companies. But of course, as I said, good performance on ownership, as well as women ownership, by the way, as also in terms of the targets there. There are sectors that are not performing well. Property is leading as a poor performer, followed by agriculture. And one person, when I presented this, said, do you know what is the common, what a common thing between property and agriculture? Can anyone guess what's the common thing between the land? It's the land. That's the land question, as it were. As I said again, I must make a disclaimer. This is not a comment on the quality of the compliance. We just telling what it is. We're telling it as it is, as we see it, as such. Whilst there's the steady progress, however, targets are not being fully met across the board. So there's still a gap in terms of meeting targets, which means that our work is not yet done, as it were. And of course, when you look at sectors, sector by sector, I say it is a game of fine margins in terms of differentials between sectors, as well. But here's an important point, at least for me as a commission. The evidence is neither cause for celebration, because we're not here where we hope to be, but it's also it's neither a cause for abandoning cause, but rather for adapting the tool, rebooting implementation, drawing from lessons learned, and there are lots of lessons learned. So we need in the next phase to continue to seek to expand the compliance net, get more and more companies complying. I think that's the challenge that the policy faces, but also to deepen impact. The numbers must represent something that we can see and touch, something substantial going forward. Yeah. So just in terms of overview, so I'm going to give you, the elements of the scorecard. Remembering that in 2013, the legislation was amended, the new codes were published, and those codes prioritized some elements of the scorecard. So, for example, enterprise and supply development was given greater weight, skills was given greater weight, and ownership was given greater weight. So you can see there, if I get don't know if I can get a light. All right, I can't get a pointer, but you can see from the beginning, after the amendments, as soon as the amendments were done and there was some form of certainty, policy certainty, the compliance took off. You can see from 2015 upwards, the trend line, and the blue line at the top is enterprise and supply development, which across the board is the best performing element of all elements in the scorecard. Followed by the gray line is skills development, and then of course, the orange line is skills development, the gray line is ownership, and of course the others is management control. Management control, as you can see, is a light, is it yellow, maybe yellow? As you can see, it's a very poor performing element along with socio-economic development. Although, of course, socio-economic development only counts five points in the scorecard, so it's a small thing, and it's easily met by traditional CSI, corporate social investments as such. Here it shows the same picture in terms of pie charts. You can see in the 3 moments from 2013, if you look, for example, at the blue line, which is ownership, the blue bar, which is ownership, 2013 at 50, rising up in 2018 to 77, and in 2023, 86% of the chart. This is in terms of the percentage of the targets, percentage of the points that are achieved per element, as in terms of the scorecard, as it were. Enterprise and supply development is yellow. You can see in 2013 it was 19, rising to 66 in 2023. You can see skills development grows between 2013 and 18 from 44 to 54, but stalls. There's a kind of a stalling in terms of that element, which is actually curious. Us being is a country that is still challenged in terms of skills that are required to grow our economy. This slide is only for the transport sector. So transport sector will kind of be on its own here because we didn't do the subsectors. Transport sector, as you heard from the Deputy Minister, has got a large number of subsectors. So we didn't do the subsectors. We did the overall sector. You see a similar pattern. If you look at the orange at the top is enterprise and supply development, performing pretty healthily, followed by ownership in the ranking. Although, as you can see, we've been flatlining. In the period, all of these are flatlining. I think it speaks to, the extent of ambition. How strong is ambition in the implementation? You can see that there's kind of stalling, and you can see, one of the remarkable things in the transport sector is how low levels of management participation of Black people is. But it's a similar picture to the other to the generic sort of picture. I said small margins. We're looking at ownership across all of the sectors. You can see that all sectors achieved at least 70 and above points of the available points on the ownership scorecard, as I indicated, with some best performing sectors being, for example, MEC, is it ICT and financial services leading, and then property, as you can see, property, stalling, which kind of is a worry. I think that we need special interventions for those areas not doing well. Management control, you can see, sectors that have surprised me, when you look at, for example, financial services, decline in black participation at management level, in agri-PE, all sectors, basically really struggling when it comes to black participation in management control. Now, this is about, I've lost slide. There you are. I don't want to see myself. I want my presentation. Is this coming? Okay. All right, maybe I can continue in the interest of time. There you are. Yeah. So this is quite a telling picture around black participation in decision-making of companies, in directorships of companies. Because you can have ownership, but if you don't have control, if you're not part of the decision-making, it's not good. So that's quite an area that requires, I believe, special attention going forward. I spoke about enterprise development as being a fairly reasonably performing element of the scorecard, and I like it because this speaks to supporting entrepreneurs who build their own businesses, who start their own companies. So empowerment is not about just acquiring shares in businesses that have been started by other people. Can we get a way of supporting entrepreneurs who start their own businesses? This is what this speaks to, and as you hear, Minister Tau has picked up this and is doubling down through the initiative to establish a transformation fund. And the reason for that is because this is net profit after tax, all right, 3% of net profit after tax. That's massive resources. Some are well spent, and I can tell you I've seen beneficiaries of businesses that have been growing year on year, increasing their turnover and increasing employment, jobs. This is where the jobs are going to come from, and so on. So I think, if anything else, if we have a quarrel about BEE, can we just not take us our eyes off this element and our foot on the pedal of this element? Accompanying it is the skills, obviously. Again here, we got to double down on skills. It improved, but there's stagnation. I don't know why, but I think obviously the ecosystem of skills in the country is receiving quite a sharp focus, and we can see that we could do better. If the ecosystem doesn't work, from TVETs to CETAs, all of that space, I think, needs to be re-engineered. One of the ways you can actually empower anybody is to give them a skill that they can go and sell. A skill and an opportunity, they go together. Because a skill without an opportunity, again, is not really worth it. And that's really, I think, the engineering that we need to do. Socioeconomic development is the one element that's overachieving. And as I said, it's because it's easily done through your corporate social investment. So where to? So takeaway points is that the BE compliance landscape is fluid. It's fluid, very dynamic. We've seen increases in the share of companies being very wide, but also we've seen a slowing down and increased non-compliance. This is the challenge. How are we going to reignite ambition and restore the policy PEE as a national transformation project that we all own. It doesn't belong to government alone. It belongs to society. It belongs to the economy. It belongs to business. Because we have the problem statement that I spoke to. We cannot live with a problem statement. South Africa, in many respects, still looks the way it did under apartheid. There are many spaces, many people who have not been touched by democracy. There are many people who are spectators in the economy of our country. So there are some things we need to fix the policy. We need to give visibility to impact. We need to make the oversight ecosystem work better. We must work together. The sector councils, government departments, verification agencies. That ecosystem doesn't always work well, and there are gaps, misalignments here and there. We must fix all of that. Data, access to data is a big issue. And I know that we, the Commission, have access to some data, but many of you here have other data that you have access to. We must bring all of the data in one place so we can tell if we're making progress. And in terms of the way forward, is that we are due to review the legislation. That decision has been taken. That work has been led by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. It's been led by Minister Park Stau to fix and clean the policy. There are things, for example, like fronting, that are undermining the policy, and the corruption. We must read the policy of this association with corruption. I don't believe that the problem is as huge as enemies of PEE are trying to make it to be. So we must address it. So that's the agenda, if you like, of the policy going forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Really appreciate that. I did say he will be able to give us the stats, the figures, and just where we stand right now when it comes to transformation, not only in transport, but we also heard about property and the agriculture industry. We are having a slight adjustment to our program. I would like to please call to the podium right now to speak to us Ms. Khomotso Sulugane, who's going to be giving a very short presentation. And after her presentation, we will also make sure we have a very short health break, and then we will continue. Ms. Sulugane, really appreciate your time. Take it away.
I have my slide, please. I feel like I'm repeating myself. I said the same thing in Durban. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Deputy Minister, distinguished guests, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Dumelang. Yeah, I have my slide. Thank you. The image behind me says, South Africa is me. And I stand before you as living proof of transformation. So I'm a product of transformation. I'm a beneficiary of transformation, and now I'm responsible for building the infrastructure through which the next generation must be transformed. I think clearly, what was his name? Associate Prof. William Gumede forgot to include me in his percentages when he was calculating the impact of transformation. Because I'm a reason, we must stop debating transformation. And I'm glad I came after the commissioner. And asking each other whether transformation works. Because what we need to do is actually decide on how we need to improve on it, implement it, and massify it. So the research really helps, Commissioner.
Khumuzo, please take your mic. Apparently, we can't hear.
Oh, you can't hear what I'm saying?
And those at the home can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Where am I? After 30 years, we're at a place where we're going to replace Thandi with Dintswalo. So Dintswalo can obtain a license, secure the customer, find the product, and still be structurally prevented from trading. So I'm a commodity trader by profession. That's what I do. I spend my time trading commodities, mainly bunker fuels and infrastructure, as well as maritime. So I would like to paint a picture of Dintswalo. So before Dintswalo trades 1 liter from the vessels that she will then bring in, Dintswalo needs to navigate between 15 and 25 regulations, permits, licenses, approvals, and compliance documents. She must work her way through the Department of Transport, the DTIC, DMPR, sometimes depending on whether she's going to get allege or not, which is storage, the Department of Electricity and Energy, which NERSA now fits under, DFFE, and SARS, and then transit and the ports. Each institution wants her to succeed. Individually, they do. But collectively, Dintswalo is exhausted. Why is Dintswalo exhausted? So let's go back. We are sitting in a situation where we keep talking about the Strait of Hormuz, right? So when Malume Trump decided to go to Iran, that gives us a brilliant example. It was not only the fuel price that increased, freight rates doubled, war risk insurance significantly increased, right? And then we stopped trading, and Mureki can assist with this. We stopped trading real numbers and started trading headlines. So even when Iran was out there saying, those ones at the tip of Africa, they can come pick up from us, we have no beef with them. We had no vessels that belonged to us, so what were we going to pick up with? Right? So how can South Africa sit in a space where we can't nationally sort of control, we can't take meaningful advantage of diplomatic offers that come our way? There's also a difference between having access to a commodity and having control over its supply chain. So now Dintswalo's found a way to buy this product. Dintswalo's bringing it to Durban. Dintswalo now needs to extend her credit lines, charter a vessel, and then she still faces the uncertainty of berthing alleged demurrage and moving the product inland. No insult to Mureki again. The majors have an integrated supply chain. All Dintswalo has is a wholesale license and her prayers. Then we meet SARS. Oh, our dear bestie SARS. In fact, that's my next meeting. That's why JJ had to rearrange the program. No, I'm going there. I'm there. I was going to do the opening address there. I decided to do the closing. So my bestie SARS. So unless you have a deferment account, bonded arrangement, and another authorized customs facility, Dintswalo must part with 400 million in fuel-related duties before the import VAT, 2 weeks before she lands that product here. Right? Because we're discharging a 50,000 metric ton vessel for Dintswalo. So this is not merely compliance, it's a working capital wall. We all agree, right? So, Honorable Minister, Dintswalo is not asking for special treatment. She's asking for a system in compliance. She's asking for a system in which compliance does not make participation commercially impossible. So what must we do? Because JJ said I need to come up with solutions. I must stop giving you guys problems. So what do? First, we need to have one national maritime energy logistic coordinating mechanism. Transformation cannot happen with every institution being individually correct, but the system they collectively produce does not work. right? So our meeting point, ladies and gentlemen, where's my slide? You're disturbing the dramatics. Okay, I see it there. Our meeting point is the port. Second, we deliberately build nationally controlled vessels, import terminals, storage, pipeline access, and port capacity. We have moved beyond pit to port, guys. That thing it's hell of a boring. I'm going to move it from pit to port. Why are we not trading resources, CIF, as opposed to FOB? We need to go back to a point where we're refining, storage, and a shipping nation again. Flagging a vessel under the South African flag must become an honor again. We are smack bam in the center of the world. We are smack bam in the center of the most important shipping routes, yet our nationally controlled and flagged remains too small. We need to be in the water. We need to belong to the sea. Third, we need a working capital and customs model designed for credible independent importers. South Africa is not devoid of credible projects. So Tintswalo and her friends, and her homies, and a circle of entrepreneurs that know each other, we are not devoid of projects and really credible entrepreneurs. We are also not devoid of funding. The gap is the bankability. So how do we make our projects bankable? So I appeal to DFIs to help Tintswalo structure projects. Close the gaps, bankable within reasonable funding parameters. Do not fund people whose balance sheets prove that they do not need developmental mandate. And after everything I have described, please do not ask Tintswalo for skin in the game. Like Tintswalo Wabatu, guys. So, Batung, we get to the fourth one. Environmental protection and maritime economic activities must be designed together. So SARS stopped bunkering in 2023. It was a clear example of how things can go horribly wrong. DFFE subsequently proposing environmental restrictions again on Algoa Bay is showing how this cannot coexist. And respectively, Algoa Bay is beautiful, I mean it is. But if you compare it to the likes of Seychelles and Mauritius, where you have a viable bunkering market, it's there for Iron Man, it's not there for vacations. So I don't understand why we are treating it that way. We put together what was called the Maritime Task Team, and this is where I think you then see how working with government can go horribly wrong in 2023 when they stop bunkering, to a point where now things are getting much better. And we're working closely with SARS authorities to align on the bunkering regulations, as well as fuel industry regulations as a whole, because we're sitting to understand global and international global trading routes. And what a shared vision should look like. So Tintswalo, there's still hope. I'm closing. So ladies and gentlemen, South Africa is a developmentally capable state. So we don't need development. You know, I like it when people go, we need to go to Africa to help with development. We don't need development because we had things before. We just need to get to a point of recovery. Not starting from scratch. We've always known how to trade. We've always known, whether it's mainstream, second stream economy, or even the rural economy knew how to trade. We participated in trade routes and we understood energy. So frameworks and strategies we can then model outside of South Africa. But we need to live a life where whatever we are doing must be imbued and embedded in our own indigenous knowledge of this country. Knowing what we've already achieved anchors our future. Let us focus on what was already built and why it was interrupted, and then bring it to an intentional inclusion of everyone. So Ntate Matun, this is why transformation is imperative. It is no longer merely part of redress. It is the only way. It is the only strategy, and it is the only navigational map towards all of us meeting at the port. Thank you.
You see why they call her the Mbogoto of maritime. Komoto, thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate it. It really encapsulated everything we're trying to talk about and just painting that picture of who Dintwalo is, the impediments of Dintwalo as well, and just also when it comes to compliance. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short health break for 10 minutes. If you can be back by 1:45 the latest, that's when we will start with our next part of our program. JJ?
Wonderful. Let's take the tea break, and after that, we get to our first keynote speaker. Thank you very much for your attention so far. commissioned for that as great partners. Another big partner, I know originally they were reluctant, they give us a few cents, and National Empowerment Fund in our first dialogue. After they saw the first dialogue, they said, no, come, let's work more. Then they've now funded a few more after that. So I want us to give a big hand to National Empowerment Fund. They are our permanent friends on Black economic empowerment, and we're going to carry them with us. By the way, we're building up to what is called the National Dialogue. I know you will say it doesn't exist yet. It doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. On the BEE thing, we are the National Dialogue. There's no need for them to duplicate. We're going to give the reports of what we are discussing here into the National Dialogue. We're going to give these reports to the DTI, Transport and Finance Portfolio Committees. So the stuff we are discussing is not going to go to waste. When we come to those groups, make sure you put all your proposals so that when you collect them into a report, they become substantial. And I just acknowledge Dr. Mpotsedu. Please give him a round of applause. Please stand up. I can't see you, Doctor. The cameras will catch you. Dr. Mpotsedu is associated with the Nelson Mandela University, which is my alma mater, by the way. He heads up a Center for African Intellectuals there. And he's just got his PhD about 6 months. Is it 6 months ago? Please be careful. Call him doctor, because he's not honorary. You know, some of his doctorates we study for 4 or 5 years. And when people call you master, you just say, but why are you demoting me now after all this? So Dr. Mpotsedu, thank you for coming. Mr. Luyanda Handai, I don't know where, I think he stepped out. But I need to acknowledge Mr. Luyanda is the businessman of the year for Black Business Quarterly of last year, but also a supporter of Frank Dialogue. So Masi Tutuke is a permanent supporter of Frank Dialogue. We'll be doing a Frank Dialogue on disability, on what is called International Disability Day on the, I think it's the 4th of December this year. Already planning ahead. And he's been of great support. Masi Tutuke, big training company. If you need training services, that's your guy. I think that should be enough commercial break now. I'm going to talk to Mr. Mike Mabasa. I'm trying to bring Mr. Mike Mabasa. So Mike Mabasa is a former CEO of NAMSA. And he's got a lot of things to say about the industry. He's no longer the CEO, so he'll speak freely now. Because usually when somebody's in a job, they are afraid of the bosses in that thing. But now once they're out, they now tell on the bosses. And that's what I want him to do. Tell us what's happening in the transport industry. What are the issues? The reason I'm very proud of Mike is that me and him, in maybe 25 years ago, we were some of the spokespersons of government. He was spokesperson on the transport side. Very dynamic and so on, knew what he's doing, and grew naturally. It's like a Payaza Lusufi. You don't become spokesperson and die as spokesperson. You progress. You could even become the minister, because actually you are the one who does most of the talking. You tell the minister what to say. So eventually you can replace that person. Mike Mabasa is an example of that, right? A powerhouse in transport articulations and issues that relate to our country and the economy. Please give a round of applause to Mike Mabasa. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm not going to speak about our time in government many years ago. Masa, thank you. Ndate Matona in his absence. Ndate Musesi, we're calling you Moreki today. Ndate Mufokeng, Ndate Nzobi, good to see you. My sister, Mesela Nhlapo, who's here today with us, and a panelist later on. Distinguished panelists who are here, ladies and gentlemen, Good morning to all of you, and many thanks, Prof, for inviting me to participate in today's frank dialogue. I would like to start my contribution today with a question. When South Africans speak about the future of the automotive industry, because that's the industry I have represented for more than 30 years now in different capacities, whose future are we really talking about? Is it the future of the OEMs, which is the people who are producing vehicles? Is it the future of the factory? The future of exports that goes out of the country every year? The future of electric vehicles that are now on our roads today? Or are we talking about the future of young engineer who is graduating today from the University of Venda and asking where her place is in this economy? Or are we talking about an artisan who has spent many years learning how to repair vehicles? A township entrepreneur who runs a small workshop across the highway in Alexander, or a truck driver whose livelihood depends on moving vehicles and components across our country and also through the Beitbridge border every week. A woman who owns a small transport business, a component manufacturer who's trying to get her first meaningful contract from an OEM. A young person in a township who wants to enter the automotive industry and the economic life of this sector, but does not have the capital, the networks, nor the connections to get through the door that she needs to be able to access. And this is the conversation I want us to reflect on today. I want to intentionally structure my input in this way because I do not believe South African automotive industry is in decline. I believe this industry is actually in transition. And this is a very important industry because many of us who are here today used our vehicles to be here today. Many of us rely and depend on these vehicles in order for us to be able to contribute meaningfully to the economic life of our country. And this is why I want to be able to focus specifically on this particular topic. And I believe very strongly that the industry is definitely not in decline. This industry is in transition. But this transition creates a fundamental choice. We can manage the transition in a way that protects what we have built over the last 100 years, because the automotive industry in South Africa is 100 years old. This industry started in 1923 when Ford Motor Company came into the country, and it is growing every day. And we need to be able to have a conversation whether are we going to continue protecting the industry in its current form, or can we use the transition to build something more competitive, more inclusive, more representatives of the South Africa we are trying to create. And the second objective in my mind is where transformation comes from. Let us first acknowledge what South Africa has built over the last 100 years, as I said. And I want to reflect only about or on what we've done last year in 2025. And we should be very proud that in 2025, South Africa produced 618,000 vehicles, exported 70% of those vehicles out of the country into 151 different markets around the world. So there are different countries where we take our vehicles into from South Africa. The industry also contributes more than 5.3% of our gross domestic product, which is the GDP. It supports more than 500,000 direct jobs in the value chain, plus a number of many other jobs that are not documented, because a workshop owner in Alexander who's running a workshop that particular person is servicing the industry, but that statistics is not shared in the statistics that we have and we hear about every day. Automotive exports were also worth approximately 296 billion in 2025, and these are not small numbers. This industry matters. It matters to our economy, it matters to our industrial capability as a country, it matters to our export earnings, it also matters to the livelihoods of hundreds and thousands of South Africans who rely on the industry every day. And we should recognize the contribution made by our original equipment manufacturers, component manufacturers, workers, government, and countless businesses that build this industry every day. We should not destroy what we've built over the 100 years I've referred to earlier on. But equally, we must ask, who has benefited from what we have built for the last 100 years? And most importantly, who will benefit from what we are about to build next? I'm under no illusion that the automotive industry is changing very fast. And I dare say this industry is going to change faster in the next 10 years than it has in the last 100 years. The vehicle of tomorrow will not simply be a vehicle of today with a different engine. It will be electric, connected, digitally enabled, increasingly autonomous, and it will also be dependent on batteries, software, data, charging infrastructure, and sophisticated energy systems. This means that the automotive value chain itself is going to change. And whenever the value chain changes, economic opportunity moves with it. And this is why I am not frightened by the transition that we are currently experiencing in this particular sector. I'm actually interested in it because the transition creates something very valuable. It creates new markets, and new markets create opportunities for new participants. And the question is whether South Africa will recognize those opportunities early enough, and whether Black South Africans will position themselves in order to capture those opportunities or not. South Africa has spent decades building this industry and our manufacturing ecosystem. But if we are to be brutally honest with ourselves, the economic ownership of that ecosystem has not transformed in the same pace as the industrial capacity of the sector. We have Black executives in some of the automotive boardrooms today, and I have been one of them, as JJ indicated earlier on, for the last 8 years when I was still the CEO of NAMSA. We also have Black engineers. We have Black professionals. We have Black dealership owners. We have Black suppliers. We have entrepreneurs. We also have workers who are Black across our shop floor and also across the entire value chain. And the question that we should be asking is whether all these Black individuals that we have across the system, has that really translated into some genuine progress for us to be able to say there is definitely genuine transformation in the industry. So there is some genuine progress and there is presence of Black participation in the industry. But presence is not the same as power. And that is the distinction I want us to confront, because a young Black engineer sitting inside an OEM is important. But what if one day that engineer owns a company supplying that very same OEM that is working for? A Black technician employed in a workshop is important. But what if that technician owns a national network of advanced EV repair centers across the country? A Black entrepreneur supplying a component is also important. But what if that entrepreneur becomes a tier one manufacturer who's employing more than 2,000 people in his manufacturing company? A black person driving a vehicle is important, but what if that driver owns a fleet of his own and is able to deliver goods and services, not just only in South Africa, but across our borders? That for me is transformation. It is the movement from participation to ownership, from employment to enterprise, from being part of someone's value chain to owning a piece of that value chain ourselves. And the numbers tell us, what the numbers are telling us is also very, very telling. If you look at, for an example, what government has acknowledged recently, approximately 15.2 billion was disbursed through the automotive investment scheme over the recent past. And only 1% of that 15.2 billion, 1%, went to black-owned projects. 1% of the 15, that translates to 227 million, of the 15.2 billion rands that government has spent in supporting the automotive investment scheme. We cannot look at that number and tell ourselves that transformation is finished, because it is not. At the same time, there's been a pedestrian progress. We have established, obviously, what we call the Automotive Transformation Fund, which has supported more than 80 black-owned businesses since 2021. 80 black enterprises in 5 years. Is that enough? The industry is working very hard and is committed to expand procurement and grant support to black manufacturers. But these interventions are important, but the question is not whether something is happening. I think the big question for us is that, is it happening as fast enough, and is it really enough that we have done since the dawn of our democracy in 1994? And when I look at the numbers, I believe very honestly that what we have done is not enough and we need to do more. I was very pleased to hear some of the thoughts that were shared by Ntate Matona earlier on in relation to compliance and certificates and some of the work that the Commission is doing. But let me say something that has made me uncomfortable for some time, and I'm sure that many of us will also be uncomfortable. A level 1 BBBE certificate, unfortunately, is not transformation. A procurement transaction is not necessarily transformation. An enterprise development program, it's not transformation. And putting a black person into a management position does not automatically transfer economic power. Transformation must eventually be visible in ownership, in control, assets, capital, technology, intellectual property, and the value it captures. Because if we create value, and we want the automotive industry, for an example, to be robust and contribute effectively to the automotive economy, where black South Africans are still predominantly employees, consumers, and subcontractors, then we would have modernized the technology without sufficiently transforming the economy. We have an opportunity as South Africa. So I'm not despondent at all, because the new energy vehicle transition that is now taking over, particularly the automotive industry, gives us a second chance. And this is where I become more optimistic, because the transition to new energy vehicles gives us something where we can be able to ensure that the value chains before they were created can be able to be transformed in a manner that helps us to make sure that we are able to bring black participation into the value chain. We have an opportunity because there's new economy that is currently not existing that needs to be established. New battery systems, charging infrastructure, energy management, battery cycling and refurbishment, NEV diagnostics, software and telematics, fleet electrification, new vehicle data, and many, many other opportunities have now come available for us to begin to explore in a very, very big way. Prof, as I go towards the conclusion, let me make this personal for a moment. For almost 7 years, I had the privilege of standing at the center of the South African automotive industry, leading NAMSA and engaging with many institutions and people representing the industry, not just only in South Africa, but across the globe. And when you stand on top of a mountain, it is relatively easy to see problems. It is easy to point down and say, government must do that, industry must do that, OEMs must do more and transform faster, black businesses need greater access, the system needs to change. We can say all that because you're standing on top of the mountain. But there comes a point when you have to ask yourself a more difficult question. What am I personally prepared to do about the change that is moving slow? Because if it is one thing to be a critic standing on top of the mountain, but it is something completely different to step down from that mountain, leave the security and the familiarity of the institutions you have known for years, and put your own reputation, resources, and future at risk and say, I'm going to try and build something that is also going to play a very important role. And this is part of the reason why we have now established what we call Material Investment Group, which is not intended as another advisory business that simply produces report and telling other people what to do. But this is going to be a platform through which we can help turn some of these ideas that we have into practical economic opportunities, particularly opportunities that connect strategy, investment, industry capability, skills, development, and also black economic participation. And one of the first initiatives we are now working on is directly connected to the argument that I have made today. We are working with one of the biggest colleges in the country to explore the development of an electromobility center of excellence, which is going to be a platform that will bring together skills development, technical training, applied research, innovation, industry partnership, and enterprise development around the emergence of electromobility economy into South Africa. The ambition is not simply to train people to repair electric vehicles. It is to ask a much bigger question. How do we build capabilities and businesses that will allow South Africa to participate in ultimately own the new mobility value chains that are emerging? If we can help young people become EV technicians, that matters. But we can help that technician become an entrepreneur, employ others, build businesses, and also develop capability, and eventually participate in a larger industrial value chain, because that matters even more. If we can help a young engineer understand the battery technology, the software, charging systems, that also matters, and we need to be able to manage that in a very, very firm way as best as we can. So the transformation of the automotive industry is absolutely sacrosanct in South Africa and can no longer be postponed. We need to be able to move faster. We have an opportunity now with the emergence of electric vehicles that are coming in. And I'm sure many of you have seen many of those particular vehicles on our roads today. Because if you look at China, China is producing tens of millions of vehicles, of the electric vehicles in their ecosystem. And those automotive vehicles and companies from China are entering the African market very aggressively. And South Africa is one of those markets where the Chinese brands have arrived. We currently have in South Africa more than 17 brands from China that have taken our market by storm. And we've seen, obviously, that growth very, very firmly growing. And I think the opportunity for us as South Africans is to say, how do we begin to reposition ourselves accordingly in order for us to be able to make sure that we're able to participate meaningfully in the industry going forward. I do not believe South African automotive industry, as I indicated earlier on, is in decline. I believe it is at a crossroads, and a crossroad that requires choices. We can defend yesterday, which is what we've done in the last 100 years, or we can build tomorrow. We can measure transformation by certificates, or we can measure it by economic power. We can celebrate participation, or we can pursue ownership. We can train people for the jobs that are disappearing, or we can prepare them for the jobs that are still coming. We recently did what we call the skills gap analysis, where we realized that the majority of jobs that we currently have in the shop floor, particularly in many of the manufacturing plants that we have, those jobs will disappear in the next 5 to 10 years, which means that the capabilities that we have currently in some of our factories is not sufficient. That study went further to look at some of the qualifications that we have that are offered by some of the universities, because we need mechanical engineers, we need electrical engineers to come and participate in the automotive industry. And it became quite very clear that many of young people who are currently graduating from many of these universities are actually graduating and they were taught things that will no longer be relevant in the next 5 years. So we need to be able to position ourselves so that we can really be able to make sure that the curriculum that is currently taught in our universities is also moving with the changes that are there in the market as quickly as possible. So we can watch the NEV transition happen to us, or we can deliberately position South Africa, particularly those historically excluded from economic opportunity, to own a meaningful part of this transition. Because ultimately, the conversation is not about cars. This conversation is about people. It is about whether the next generation will inherit an economy in which they were invited to participate, or an economy in which they have the power to create. It is about whether the young entrepreneur will remain at the edge of the value chain or move to its center. It is about whether our children will inherit jobs or businesses, whether they will inherit employment or ownership, and whether when the automotive industry completes its transition, we will be able to say, South Africa did not merely survive the transition, we used the transition to transform and create value so that we can be able to benefit the economy of South Africa. That is the automotive industry I believe South Africa deserves, and that is the transformation I believe we should have the courage to pursue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Mr. Mabaso. A very, very important one, Mr. Mabaso, when we're talking about how much has been pumped into the industry and how much of that has gone to black-owned businesses. 15.2 billion rand spent on the automotive industry and 1% of it going to black-owned businesses. This is a very, very long journey that we are on, and it needs to be accelerated. Without further ado, I would like to invite to the stage our next speaker, one of our keynote addresses to Mr. Rally Mampwele. Rally is the founder of the South African Housing Infrastructure Fund that consists of R1 billion in that fund. He went from selling Boerewors rolls in Kyalami to buying property in Kyalami, the country, and the continent. He's also now the founder of a political party. Why he'd want to do that, one can just question. Rally, the party is named Move. That tells you what you need to know. Rally, take it away.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I guess that I'm now about to get into, in fact, I am in 30 days in politics, so I should say all protocol observed. But we are a new, dynamic political party that won't deal with that. We're not going to observe all of those things because we feel our people should be the ones that are respected, not the other way around. But I was told not to come here to talk about politics only. So I am an entrepreneur, as I've been introduced. But one of my main things that I wanted to talk about today was the principle of the reality of our people on the ground when it comes to transportation. So I call it the 40-40-40 reality. Our people on the ground are staying in a 40 square meter houses, what they call it the RDP. Our people are staying 40 kilometers away from economic opportunities. Our people are spending over 40% of their income on transportation. I know we have entrepreneurs and business people here who obviously are in business and wants to make money, but we also need to know that there are other ways to be able to make money while we are making a difference on the ground. What are we saying? We're saying that the transformation in transport must bridge people closer to opportunities as well, because we can't leave people behind. Ladies and gentlemen, when we speak about transformation in South Africa, the transport industry, we cannot speak only about buses, taxis, etc. We must speak about people, housing, jobs, and economic opportunities. For decades, we have continued to build housing far away from the places where our people work, where our people are being entertained, and we give someone an affordable house, but we take away the excess opportunity of the expenses. So as we take our people away, saying that we're going to buy land far away, our people are still struggling because they have to cut on 40% of their income. We need to change that. As the transport industry, we need to find ways. And let me give an example. One of the things that we've done is that batho ba rona ba mo South Africa, re gotse re tsamaya ka di bicycle BMXs, not the scooter. So part of what we've done in my other space as the Mampelo Foundation that my wife and I have formed, we also have invested in a business that has gone to China and bought just under 3,000 electric bikes so that our South African young people can have job opportunities in the transport and e-hailing industry. And one of the things that we've seen is that industry, the Patraba Tlisang, the pizza, our ShopRite checkers order, the majority of them were people that were coming outside South Africa. At Green Riders that we have invested in, we have made sure that we've turned the thing around. So 95% of Batwa Isang, the pizza, especially we started in Guguletu in Cape Town, with about 2,500 young South Africans that are now delivering pizza in Camps Bay and all those places. We've also realized that we need to unlock new entrepreneurship, and those are electric bikes. They're the same speed as your motorbikes. So, I mean, you'll know, some of you that have traveled or that are traveling, if you go to New York, those are the bikes that are being used to deliver pizza because it's a nice central place that is but those electric bikes are quite quick. So we need to think, as we think about transportation, in different ways to say, how do we bring our people closer? For ourselves as property developers, Prof, we are now saying that the continent and South Africa has an opportunity to be able to build new infrastructures where people see it as saying, oh, we want to invest in impact investments in Africa, and that Africa needs the West. Maybe we do. However, we have opportunities now. When I was doing my master's level at Harvard a couple of years ago, oh, by the way, how do you know if somebody went to Harvard? They will tell you. So I'm glad I brought that in. I'm glad that came out. But one of the things that we were learning there, we then realized that as we build these developments, new development in Africa, in South Africa particularly, we have an opportunity to rebuild shopping centers where we are able to accommodate the e-hailing, the bikes, because the rest of the world has already been built. They are not able to do new developments where it involves electric cars, where you can charge, selfless driving cars. So transportation and real estate and construction really talks to each other. Because ourselves as developers, we need to talk to you guys in the transport industry to see what you're doing. Part of what delays things in South Africa is that we don't talk to each other. The Minister of Transport doesn't talk to the Minister of Human Settlement. The city of Johannesburg does not speak with a Minister of DTI where somebody says, I want to come and build a data center in Johannesburg. It's going to take 7 years for a mere municipal manager or a city manager to approve a multi-billion rand opportunity for South Africans to get jobs, for South Africans to be connected. It takes 7 years, but in Kigali, Rwanda, it takes 90 days. So we need to connect and speak to each other. And that's probably one of the reasons when we're coming in. We then realize that we've done all those things. We've helped people, we've connected people. We also want to make sure that as we do this transportation hubs around the continent and differently around South Africa, we've also invested in opportunities where we're saying, in the rail industry, let's go back into making sure that where our people are going to get off by a high station, by kene, barake nama, barake fish oil at the station. We used to have that. And I don't know why, if there are people from Prasa here, why are we not reviving that? Because that's going to create jobs for our people so that Habatlua station, we are able to do that. But it's so sad for me, as a young guy who was born in Mujaji, at the royal family of Mujaji, Kibona was no improvement in our villages. And we are saying part of what we need to do with urbanization is to make sure we help you in the transport industry to reduce people coming into the cities, because we're going to have 50 million people coming to the inner cities, and we're already seeing all these informal settlements. As you land in Cape Town, as you land in Johannesburg, you are faced with informal settlements. We need to find ways to say, how does property industry and construction industry speak to the transport industry? So we are back, we are looking at opening up small villages in the actual rural areas. We want to go to King Zulu, let us then develop new cities there, and there's an opportunity for us to put new transport hubs that speaks to today. All these entrepreneurs overseas have got all these beautiful ideas, self-driving cars, but they're battling to adjust to the environment. Let's rebuild them there. But also it saddens me as I move from Mukwasili village, and now I'm at Etwatwa, Kokasiaka, and I see the Davidton station, but all the rail, chairperson, all the rail thing, but it's a remote. I was on a station, Sporo Samail. Yes, Sporo, Spornet. There's no development there. There's opportunity for us in real estate to speak to Prasa. Ritsamaya from Davidton Station to Zola Station, raise new shopping centers, create jobs for our people. But our municipality are sleeping. Our municipality are not speaking with the guys back Pras. The municipalities are not speaking to the transport department. So in this day and age where we can connect with each other, we need to come back. I see we have a colleague here from Action SA as well. So we're coming as a new movement called MOVE that has been formed now for 30 days. We saw that if you don't do politics, politics will do you. I think your founder as well has seen that. Listen to this. If you don't do politics, politics will do you. So, Madam Action SA, we are not career politicians that we're coming as MOVE. The last speaker took part of my speech because he introduced how he was in a certain industry. Now he needs to go into a different area that he has never been and learn and do something different. As we sit here as entrepreneurs and business people and corporate in the transportation industry, we need to think further to say, how do we bring new blood into the old vein of politics? So we are not career, we're not cadres, we're not comrades. We are tired of comrades. We are tired of cadres that has left the Davidson station not working. We are tired of cadres and politicians that takes 7 years to approve Mark Corbett development in Midrand that can bring 3 billion rand investment into the city of Johannesburg. We are tired of politicians and cadres that are just sitting, that have no sense of agency. So we look forward to work with you, Madam. I've never met Ntate Kanakiman President Mashaba. I'd like to meet him as well. We are launching MOVE SA. In the last, Prof, we are 30 days old. We've got 83 branches around Mfulweni, Ekurhuleni, and the city of Johannesburg. We have 5,000 members that have joined us. 2 days ago, if you look on your internet, you say MOVE SA on Twitter and other people, just see the miracles. We had more than 400 candidates that have joined us that are going to contest the local election now. So we are excited. We want to say the transport industry, MOVE SA comes from business. It actually was born from entrepreneurs through the South African, it is funded by the South African Entrepreneurs Movement, which I happen to be the president, where different young entrepreneurs have gotten together and said that at any given time, we are owed 81 billion by government. Government takes more than a year, 6 months to pay young people and South African entrepreneurs. Their fathers, Prof, who are callers, I want to have a meeting with them. They say to me, look, I can't come, I'm doing homeschooling. Not because it's fashionable, because so we can't be having that. So these young entrepreneurs have gotten together and formed the South African Entrepreneurs Movement. And they said, we don't know about all this big organization, Busa, what, and I know that the BBC is here as well. It's too high there. Supplying water. Young ladies who goes and borrow 500,000 from the father-in-law to supply flights and accommodation for City of Johannesburg Water Department. She doesn't get paid for 5 months. She get told by a CEO or somebody to say, hey, let's have a drink first. She got told by another department to say, you have to pay us this. You guys know what I've gone through with PIC as well. I don't want to dwell into that because they did silence me. So I won't go into that now. But I've won, as you know, Dr. David Masondo is no longer the chairperson of the 3.5 trillion rands pension fund. There's no longer a board. We've got amazing staff people there, Boswazi Chabalala, who knows how to do these things, who came to this country, but so America, and some of them were blocked by cadres. We have people like my brother Kuzo Mampelo, who was the CEO of the post office, taken out by these cadres that are corrupt, bringing skills to this country. You have people that have studied overseas for many years, are sitting at Tradesville, because nobody going overseas to study. When they got back, cadre deployment cut them off. We are now, as MOVE, are bringing all those skills back to make sure that we can make our country work. We are not career politicians. So as a wrap up, Prof, we are still excited about our country. We want to find a partnership to say, how do we work with the transport industry? One, as MOVE, but secondly, as the South African Housing and Infrastructure Fund that looks at different angles. We are an impact investment fund in the transport industry, And we're looking to create new opportunities for new skills because our people are not employable because some of them have got the old skills. Let's bring new skills into batteries, how to charge the batteries, how about deliver from Guguletu to Camps Bay. Those are the new industries that we want to fund. And by the way, I see I'm left with 40 seconds. As we close, part of what MOVE is going to do, Madam Action SA, we are going to have businesses on the side. We're going to have MOVE Political Party, but we're going to have MOVE Mobile. We're going to have MOVE Cleaning Services. We're going to have MOVE Renewable Energies, blah, blah, blah. Because we want to help our people when the government cuts their transformers in Diepsloot because 40% of the people did not pay. But all people get punished while there are people that are sick in the house with no electricity. We want to be able to give them solar systems. So we are saying we are not politicians. We are now going to become politicians. And essentially, we want to work with progressive political parties, entrepreneurs who make a difference, and that we are not career politicians. Thank you for your time. I look forward to launching you guys on Sunday. We are launching MOVE. So let's move. So we'll see most of you guys. You are invited to come to Riverside. It's very close to Diepsloot, one. Secondly, it's very close to where you guys stay, go stay in seat. It's called Riverside Hub, iHub. Come there, look at it. Please follow MOVE on social media. Let's all go and be able to launch MOVE this Sunday because the mainstream media won't show you MOVE. Thank you.
I feel like that was a jab. Thank you so much,
that
Riley.
was
He clearly
frank.
that was a jab, mainstream media. Congratulations on Lucia Lalona, 30 days old. It is a local government election year, so it is quite a pivotal one. And you will hear from Madam Action SA, Memory, when we have our panelist a little bit later on, just after this final keynote address. But before we even get to the final keynote address, I do have a little bit of good news. Riley spoke about new opportunities, new developments, and earlier we also heard from Dorek Sitole, who spoke about new opportunities, uplifting young women, young girls, and she also spoke about all the work that Empower Works does. Tomorrow, there's a workshop that will be at the Empower Works house in Randburg. She has graciously and kindly offered 2 tickets to 2 lovely attendees or somebody that you know at home who could really use this opportunity. It's going to be a fantastic workshop. It's going to be uplifting. It's going to bring about new opportunities. So I will be mentioning again that these 2 tickets are available just before we close too, and just to deliberate who exactly will be the lucky bearers of those tickets. But our final keynote address before we get to our panel discussion, aka Moreki himself, that we have dubbed, our main sponsor from Shell. And we don't take it lightly. As JJ mentioned, these things are very expensive to run. To have a discussion that moves a country forward does not cost nothing. It costs lots of money. It costs lots of sleepless nights for Prof. And that's why he's making the women do the bulk of the work during Women's Month. Because he has really put in a lot of the work. So I would like to call Mr. Aluwane Moseisi, who is the country chair at Shell Downstream in South Africa.
Agriculture has been one of those opportunities that we've identified. It's one of the opportunities that contributes still greatly to the GDP of this country. Agriculture also have an ability to be able to create jobs, being able to create new enterprises. And that's one of the reasons why we chose agriculture. Agriculture also has a segue that could potentially create market linkages beyond just food produce. The ability for us to look at, oil seeds and being able to bring in new fuels to become greener in this economy. And that's one of the opportunities that we've identified.
We've been primarily focusing on white and yellow maize as a grain commodity. Now, with the partnership with Shell, we're now introducing sunflower and soybeans, which is integral part of the growth of our farmer development program.
Beneficiation in terms of agriculture is very important
because we understand that agriculture is a low-hanging fruit for rural people. People are falling more and more into being deeply impoverished. So one opportunity that is there in how to develop themselves is through agriculture.
This partnership is going to benefit 50 farmers from the Eastern Cape across 3 districts, which are the grain corridors of the province. The current crop on hand is the oil seeds, which will cover soybeans and sunflower across the hectareage. The intention is to have an off-take, which is part of our work and offering as Ukanya Farmer Development to ensure return of revenue for the farmer, but also ensure that we also build the profiles in terms of capacitation and training.
It is important for us to take these businesses and these farmers to greater heights, to scale them so that they don't become not only, or that they don't remain subsistence farmers, but that they become commercial farmers, so that they can think about being bigger, to start thinking about these farmers growing and becoming real players in the market and in the industry. And that's the reason, and that's for us what's important and exciting about this project over the next few years.
Good afternoon. It's always tough to speak after politicians and entrepreneurs and the man who spoke about 50 billion. So now if I make a promise for $1 million, it's not going to land anywhere. But on a more serious note, Prof. And Masa, thank you very much for partnering with us on this frank dialogue. The Honorable Deputy Minister in his absentia, my fellow panelists and all those who have shared their insights, ladies and gentlemen, business leaders, really appreciate that you took the time to come for these conversations. It tells me that all of us share a common goal and a common purpose, which is, how can we move from where we are as a country to a different space? Goodness me. My vote is my secret at the ballot box. And it will remain that way. So now I have to avoid the word move. And this is going to be tough. It's really going to be tough. Move or action or rise as one. And, oh, goodness me, guys. Okay. Then I'll speak in Venda, if you guys are okay with that. Those words are not there. But I think the one thing we all agree on is that South Africa has to actually have economic growth that is shared and move us forward. I was at the partnership, for business, B4SA, last week with the president, whereas business leaders and the government, we committed that we actually need to see the economy growing. And the numbers we were looking at were very simple. We're looking at 1%, 3%, and 5%. And those numbers are significant. So the 1% is the fact that for the last decade or so, or more, our economy has been growing at a 1% rate. And then what that tells you is every year we add 300,000 more unemployed people into the economy. If you are to maintain unemployment at the current rates, we need to at least grow at a rate of 3%. If we are then to move the economy to a different space where we cut unemployment, we need to actually grow at a rate of 5%. So that tells me that we have a bigger task ahead of us. And one of those areas that can really unlock value is infrastructure. And when you talk infrastructure, all of us agree that infrastructure matters. And what really the struggle is, how much of this ambition from infrastructure actually becomes an operating asset or a reality. Often we talk about, we're going to build this road, we're going to build that dam, and we're going to do the other thing, and we have a list of 1,000 things, but do they really actually end up being operating assets? And my view here in this space is, South Africa does not need to actually choose between the state and the private sector because we have way too many problems or challenges. We actually need both working together. What we actually need is a capable state that can direct, the efforts of both the public and the private sector Because without a capable state, then you actually run in circles and not move forward. The B20, which is the business side of the G20, you know, all of us remember the time when all the roads in Sandton were closed down, took you 7 hours to get to the office and to go back. But some of the key recommendations that they made from the B20 was inclusive, industrialization depends on reliable infrastructure, resilient supply chains, and affordable financing. And in Africa, they also then said, actually 1 out of 10 projects actually move from being a dream into becoming a reality. That was one of the observations. Number 2, they said, 3 actors must come together, which is government on the one side. And where does government come in? It must have clear and stable rules and credible roadmaps. And I want to spend a little bit time on this, clear rules. I think Tintswalo is struggling with you remember earlier, we were told that Tintswalo has to look at different regulations from different regulators and different departments in order just to do one thing. And I can tell you, even us as big business, we struggle with that. Because the one business wants you to do something that does not comply with the other, or the other has a regulation that is actually not practical, actually in practical terms for you to do what you need to be able to do. Here, when she was talking about the bunkering industry, South Africa killed its bunkering industry because of its not clear, not stable, and credible rules from a tax point of view. South Africa also killed its export fuel business because of the same reason, as far as tax policy is concerned. That's all I'm going to say there. Then the second one is around communities. And I stand here having gotten a beating at the Constitutional Court. Not proud of it, but provides certainty around communities. Why? In the community side, what you need is very clear, tangible, equitable benefits that outlast project cycles. And communities ask questions. But in the age that we live in, you have to provide all of that while dealing with misinformation, disinformation, and all the other steps. But that should not make any of us to lose heart and not then engage with communities. And for companies, it's really about capital and the know-how and delivered in a humanistic way, in a transparent way. These were the recommendations from the B20. My view is South Africa, we actually don't have an infrastructure challenge. Or that often is described as a shortage of money. Most people say, our infrastructure challenge actually talks to money. I'll give you a few facts, and you will see that actually our big problem is not the money. The issue is, one, if you look at the current budget, the next 3 years, government plans to spend R1 trillion in public sector expenditure over the next 3 years. When you actually look at fixed investment at this point in time is around about 14%. And what we need is 30%. But what is more revealing in all these numbers is this. 25 billion in the trillion, which is actually 2.5% of all the projects. Actually, this is classified as public-private partnerships, which tells me if you are logging in around about 2% of private investment in your projects, then you have a bigger problem because you're not multiplying what you have in terms of resources. The second big challenge we have is what we call the conversion gap. It's really the idea between announcing that this is what we're going to do, this is the amount of money we have. So from the time we announce to the time we actually implement, you actually then have a situation. National Treasury themselves admit, they said they had 63 PPP projects in the pipeline, 17 were at inception, 32 are still undergoing feasibility, and only 14 have actually reached procurement. Again, a huge gap. So you are saying 22% of your projects are at procurement. The rest are still somewhere caught up in something. The same pattern you can see when you look at the budgeting facility, where during the first submission window of 25-26, 42 projects were put forward with a spend that is almost over 400 billion that has to come through.
but only 10 were actually accepted. Again, conversion rate that is not good. Speaking a little bit on behalf of business, as business, we do not finance policy pronouncements. We do not finance beautiful speeches, whether it's from Move or from Action or from Comrades and cadres. We don't do that. We don't finance any of those. We actually finance, bankable, credible projects. I'm not going to go to my board and say, the president said he's going to build a smart city somewhere in Joburg. And then I'm going to build fuel stations there in that city before he builds the smart city. No, it's not going to happen. It's a policy pronouncement. I hear it, and I have to take note of it. But Mr. Mabasa will tell you, FID is never reached on the basis of there's an announcement that there's going to be a smart city or a railway line. No, you reach FID when the railway line is actually there. And then I can say, okay, how do I then connect to that railway line? And that's how we operate as the private sector. So we can make as many pronouncements as we want, but as long as those pronouncements don't become the reality, then you're not going to be able to attract the investment. And then you'll turn around and say, the private sector in South Africa is holding a lot of funds and not investing in the economy. Then I'll touch on that a little bit later on why that is not possible, because I can't invest alone in most of these instances. So I spoke about the conversion gap, that in terms of recommendations, how do we get to actually, close the conversion gap? I think project preparation is one area that we need to spend a lot more time in. That by the time we announce a project, let's announce a project where we have done feasibilities, we have got all the approvals, and actually is ready to go, rather than just to go and say, this is an announcement that we're going to make. And then on the public-private partnerships, again, we can be caught up in the conversation of, and I don't stand anyway in terms of this, PPPs are not an ideological conversation about, do you need the public sector or the private sector? Actually, you need both in order for you to be able to move. But each proposal has to be judged on its own merits, its affordability, and the actual outcomes to the population of our country when you judge each project. Because it's one way to go, PPPs is the solution, or government is the solution, or the private sector is the solution. But you have to look at each project and find one way to move forward. One most important point, we have to think about infrastructure as one singular system, not multitudes of systems. My colleague talked about Tintswalo and the difficulties that you then have. Just to give you an example, all of you will say, you are in the petroleum sector. So therefore, why should the other sectors matter to you? But you think about it. I need a vessel to leave the Strait of Hormuz to come this way, and it has to get into a port. And I have to move the product from the port via a pipeline or rail or road to its destination. With no electricity, the port don't work. With no efficiency at the ports, I lose money in what we call demurrage. It's a nice way in our industry when we want to say we are losing money, use this complex word of saying demurrage. Demurrage essentially means that you brought in a vessel and you parked it outside the port, and it's taking you longer for you to offload the product, but you're still being charged the cost of transport as if the product is moving. It's a nice way of saying we are losing money, as it were. And at the same time, as I move the product, either pipeline, rail, road, if I don't get you jet fuel at OR Tambo, you're going nowhere, my friend. So, integrated. So you can think, when you build an airport at OR Tambo, you can think, you're just building an airport. Actually, what you're building, you need to be thinking about an integrated system that we need to all operate in so that it all moves. I did say in between here, and a final point from me, did say that private sector, because I don't have a government that can bail me out when I go under, Like this year is rough, by the way. We are carrying the consumer. Don't know whether you guys know this, Some people talk about the oil measures, the terrible oil measures, they hog the space and all that. What you don't say is that in a terrible year like this, when the Strait of Hormuz is closed, we actually carry you. Can give you a couple of examples. One, National Treasury came out and said, hey, we're going to give all of you 3 rand at the pump. Who do you think carried the 3 rand? Us. We paid for you. Because we went and paid taxes in advance before the product lands. And then instead of us recovering the 3 rand that we paid, we didn't recover it, and then we had to hold it in our books for a while. 2, when the global price is higher and the price at the pump is lower, it means every liter I sell it at a loss. Every moment, every day. As much as I'll recover it later, but it means in my books, I'm sitting with what we call slate under recoveries. You know? But I have to keep the country moving. And those are some of those things. And then some people sit there and say, the private sector is making a whole lot of money. Let me also educate you. In our sector, SARS or taxes make more money than we do as a sector. Go and check. You'll find it. Because what you get is the cost of product, which is high, and then you get all the taxes, the duties, the RAF, the fuel levy, the what, and they all stack up to over 6 rand. And then what is then left is wholesale margin at give or take 90 cents, and then retail margin, 2 rand something. So between us and the retailers in the forecourt and the service champion who serves you fuel, we have to see our way. But essentially, we collect more money for SARS than we do for ourselves per liter, every day, all day. So one of the biggest taxpayers. Last but not least, in my closing point, capital always follow credibility. We don't follow speeches. And credibility is actually built before procurement through, preparations, lawful approvals, and clear risk allocation and trust between the stakeholders. That leads to, business models that are sound. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our chairman. So I think, I love the element about integration, because often that's what gets missing. And that's why we had said this series of dialogues supported by Shell have to do with integration between transport and energy. But that's also not the end of the story. Because if you integrate those two and, you don't talk about the housing, which is what the other speaker talked about, where you find there is human settlement, where there's no petrol station.
Or the building of an old age home where it used to be a land for monkeys, and now the monkeys are invading the old age home. These are the stories we've covered, yeah.
Colleagues, can you please bring the chairs for the panel while we are preparing? Yeah, okay, what did you say about?
So we actually have done a story before about poor town planning. Beautiful open space, left vacant, and then government said, you know what, we are going to build houses here.
Yeah.
An old age home, to be in particular about it. The old age home is built. Next thing, the monkeys that used to stay there are saying, what are these people doing here?
Yeah.
So they get invaded constantly by monkeys. There was no plan to remove the animals that habitat that land before you go and create a space where elderly people, vulnerable people, fragile people are going to live. And I don't know if any of you have encountered vicious KZN monkeys.
Yeah.
They are relentless.
Yeah,
Balwana.
I don't think you should go so far away as KZN. Just go to the West End, next to where I live. There is something called West End. I don't know what I forgot even what it's called, but it's a mega project. So they built lots of houses and high-rise thing. Those things are empty now. The guy who was given that, and now I talk about entrepreneurs, moved away with his Bentley.
With his Bentley.
Yeah, so the Bentley is fine. He moved away with the Bentley, but those what you call multiple or multi-layered human settlement is standing empty in the West Rand, not far from here.
And that's the problem, because it's not just, the examples are countless. We've got places where they've built beautiful low-cost housing, but there's no infrastructure for kids to play.
They don't respond to speeches. Because if they responded to speeches, they would have believed Panyaza when he said there was going to be a settlement and build a garage there. That garage would be, nobody would go in there because there's nobody living there. It's crazy.
Or when Helen Ziller had said that there'll be a waterfront at Mitchell's Plain.
Oh my goodness.
Development galore. Announcements that are made. I'd like to call our panelists to please come onto the stage. The Vice President of the Black Business Council, Mr. Gregory Mufokeng. If we could get our Action SA, Lady Miss Mary Paddy, to also come through. Miss Marcela
Yeah, she's not
Nhlabo.
here in that capacity. Because
You know what? I
politics-
actually did want to mention
Yeah,
that.
she's actually a full-on business and she owns trucks.
And
I think she
she's the
owns 50
founder.
trucks or something like this. Crazy number of trucks.
And
She owns, yeah.
president of the Trucking Association.
Association, yeah.
She's done impeccable work in terms of women representation in the transport industry. And I'd really like to call the CEO of the African Rail Industry Association, another very important body, JJ, as we're talking about freight. Those were some of the fun facts that we were talking about. And Ms. Aldine Govender from Imwebu Fund Manager. And Ms. Govender,
She's
if
the
you could
fund
also
manager of
make.
the National Empowerment Fund. She's representing the NEF today. Or is there a missing
Yes.
panelist?
We just need, there's one more speaker coming, we need two more for the Gemini. Okay. So including us.
No, yeah,
two
I'm not
more.
gonna sit. I'll
Okay,
sit
we'll
there and then you'll throw to me to ask the audience.
Okay, I'll come here then. Then it's fine, I'll stand here.
Yes. You wanna ask a question? You
Sure.
wanna ask now? Yeah, you can ask. It's a dialogue. Must dialogue.
Good afternoon. My name is Clyde Morosi. I represent a company called Full Swing Energy. Jay, you know, it's interesting that you call up these entities and corporate as well. And the previous speaker, the chairperson of Shell, and our former, sorry, not former, but the previous speaker as well from Department of Transport.
Yes.
Yes. You know, the questions that I want to ask relates to the corporate part of Shell. You had an oil spill at the Gulf of Mexico. And prior to that, Shell committed to reduce emissions by 2030, about 45% of reduction of emissions. And I'm glad now the chairperson comes up and says he doesn't give out money to politicians and doesn't give out speeches for development. But that is, Shell has not reduced their emissions, and we still have infrastructure development that needs to take place in South Africa. Communities require the same what we are, our agenda today, which is transport and energy. Our communities require energy, require development, require new innovation. And we know that there's a lot of migration taking place in South Africa. I mean, we're developing now in Mekuku. And there's a lot of RDPs and Mekuku taking place. But instead of Shell saying, let's find innovation, and innovation in the form of, if there's migration, you know that in Mekuku area there's going to be waste. And we don't have enough land to build landfill sites. And those landfill sites are emitting what we call methane. So in those landfill sites, where you get the transport department saying we're not only taking mineral to the port, but let's also bring back what could be used as renewable, where Shell says, I'm reducing my emissions. I'm reducing my emissions in new technologies like waste to energy and power electricity using waste. and with new technologies that reduce those emissions. Every ton of waste that's supposed to go to the landfill site, we take that and we build a power plant, which I'm currently doing. And that helps Shell to reduce their emissions. And we need those carbon credits that they buy to develop our power plant in renewable space. Thank you.
Chairperson,
Thank you very
would
much.
like an opportunity to answer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for those questions. Maybe the first point of clarification, Gulf of Mexico spill was actually BP, not Shell. So I'm not going to answer on behalf of BP on that one. Then I'll start on the last one, you know, the landfills or waste to energy. So for us at Shell, you say we have not reduced our emissions. I can tell you, if you are following us, we report on our global emissions year on year. You'll find that our emissions have actually been reducing since 2020. We've actually peaked in terms of our oil supply or oil exploration across the board. And our goal is to be net zero by 2050. And that's a goal that we are tracking and following and moving towards. In the bigger scheme in the bigger scale, where we are moving to as a company, we are moving more towards LNG, because LNG has lower emissions, and we know that we'll then be able to meet our targets by 2050. And it's something that we are very committed to. Then on the waste to energy, I think, you know, you'll agree with me that every company has to play to its own strengths, and where, you know, you have differentiated capability and you know you can compete in the market. For us, that's not a space that we play in. For us, the space that we play in where we have capability, and that's why I've been talking about, you know, exploration of oil and gas off the shores of South Africa, because that's where we have a differentiated capability, and we know how to do that very well in a way that is responsible to the environment. So that part is not something that we are involved in or we're looking at. But from an overall point of view, we are reducing our emissions in that space. Then there's a point that you touched on in terms of, you know, credits. Some of my team are here. It has been a headache to actually get credits going in this country because of the regulatory red tape, and also just in simple terms, when you start talking about carbon trading markets in South Africa, one of the things that is not clear at this point in time is the pricing of those carbon markets and how in reality they're actually going to work in this space. But within Shell, globally, we have a business called, you know, nature-based solutions that actually does, you know, work in reducing our emissions and to deal with those kind of situations. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any more questions before we move on to our panel? Thank you very much. I think to just kickstart things from our panelists, thank you so much for joining us. The first question I would like to ask each one of you to answer, and then also a short intro, what does transformation look like in the sector? What does it look like, and what should it look like? I'd like to start with you, Mr. Mofokeng.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Gregory Mufokeng. I'm the Vice President of the Black Business Council. Transformation in this sector is nowhere where we expect it to be. I think the difference here is that we are focusing on two sectors that from a transformation perspective have to adhere to two sets of codes. So the transformation, as far as transport is concerned, there's a code, Meme Selazier. She will answer to that because they have to adhere to those codes. On the energy side, there is no sector code at the moment. And so, you know, we look at it through the generic codes of good practice, and the reality is that, you know, it is nowhere where we expect it to be. So if you look at the generic codes and the targets that are there, from a transformation perspective, the energy sector broadly does not meet those minimum targets that are there. So in short, the sector is not transforming. And as I said, Meme Sela is here as the chair of the, you know, the charter on the transformation side. She can speak more
to the issues of compliance with the minimum targets as far as that charter is concerned. But on energy, we are clear. We are nowhere where we are supposed to be.
Ms. Maribadi?
Yes, thank you very much. The honest truth is that there is a very slow progress with regard to transformation, especially with the issue of inequality, because a lot of businesses, they use BEE as a front. And the BEE, the codes that the Department of Transport has been trying to fix for many years. I know Sumsila was part of that committee 10 years ago. Nothing has been happening with regard to that. And, you know, you'll never see transformation if you don't give an opportunity to promote the people in the transport industry. Look at how much we are going reverse when we are supposed to be going forward. It's like you have business that is performing very well. 10, 15 years, 20 years later, they go back, then you want to start with the new companies that must come up again. So there is no transformation. And we need to go to the reality of that, because if we keep on saying transformation, in fact, we are undermining the black business, because we should not be categorized as transformation. We should be categorized as business in South Africa.
Ms. Masilanhlapo, your body, your association does incredible work in terms of protecting and promoting individuals and companies who are also in this freight space. When it comes to transformation, we heard a little bit earlier one of our speakers just talking about the impediments, the challenges to be able to even take part, what Ntswalo has to go through. What does transformation look like from your perspective currently, and what should it be looking like decades later?
Ntswalo is sitting at home, getting 350 rands a month. Transformation is nowhere, and it's about to get worse. We have new rules. The new rules is the economic regulator. The economic regulator has not even one single weight on black economic empowerment, on transformation. If we are going to use the Black Economic Empowerment Act, you're using the wrong rules. You must overhaul the system, turn it upside down, and write new rules, because the new rules require new rules. This reform, it has moved the point at which economic power changes hands and nobody rebuilt the empowerment obligation of the new point.
Incredible, yeah. Ms. Govender?
Maybe I should start by introducing myself first. I don't think it's working. Okay. I'm the fund manager of the Imbeu Fund at the National Empowerment Fund. The National Empowerment Fund, for those of you who do not know, because I know there's many entrepreneurs in the audience, is the only DFI mandated to grow black economic participation in the economy. That's the NEF. The Imbeu Fund is the SMME fund within the NEF. We provide finance ranging from 250,000 up to 15 million rand. But overall, the NEF can provide funding up to 75 million rand. To answer the question, because we support businesses, and today we're talking about in the energy sector, and Shell is actually one of our partners. So we entered into a cooperation agreement with Shell many years ago, and I know I'm going a roundabout way in answering the question, but I just want to give some context. So the NEF funded Over 144 service stations to date. Our portfolio is very successful. What we do to support entrepreneurs and to support the oil majors with their transformation objectives is actually to ensure that those businesses that we fund are sustainable. And I'm not just talking about service stations, I'm talking about businesses across all the sectors of the economy. We will go the extra mile if an entrepreneur approaches the NEF and they want to acquire a site, and we do a valuation and we realize that the site is overpriced. We will actually negotiate with the seller, the outgoing shareholder, to ensure that the entrepreneur acquires the site at a fair price. Because we know if you overpay for a site, you're not going to create a sustainable business. In the transport sector, similarly, we've done the same thing. We've partnered with public and private entities where we have also raised concessionary funding to make funding affordable for entrepreneurs. There, what we've done is entrepreneurs approach us every day with contracts in the transport sector, where we may realize that the rates that they were offered are not viable. We will go to the contract employer, whether it's a Transnet, and by the way, we partnered with Transnet as well. We fund Transnet's suppliers, so we will go to Transnet and advise the rates that you're offering the entrepreneur is not viable. We want to create sustainable businesses and create sustainable jobs. So to answer the question, what does transformation look like? It will be a future where black entrepreneurs are able to gain market access across all the sectors, to create sustainable businesses, create sustainable jobs, and own productive assets in the economy. That's what transformation will look like. And yes, we are far from our goals, and we have to create that enabling environment and implore private and public entities to ensure that they create bankable market opportunities for entrepreneurs. Let's start there, because market access is more important than access to funding. Remember, you need to demonstrate that you have access to the market first before any financier will assist you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that context. You want to add on to that?
Well, how does transformation look like from an SDSA or Shell downstream business point of view? Transformation looks like when you have 72% of your staff being black. That's how it looks like. It's when you have 50% of your staff, and even in senior leadership, being women. That's how it looks like. It's when you look at your network of service stations, and you can say 63% of my service stations that are company-owned, which is what I control, it's actually black. That's how it looks like. Are there challenges? Absolutely. What are some of the challenges? If you look at the retail sector, she will tell you, you have two platforms. You have what is called company-owned sites, which is what we as Shell, we control, and you have what is called dealer-owned sites. Dealer-owned site is Mr. X goes develop a site and builds it for himself and says, I want to be a retailer. I have no business in telling, and if by law, I can't tell that person you can't operate the site, because it's their site, they have the prerogative to decide what they want to do with the site. Where you have to judge me at, what do I have control of, and how do I then change things on the other side? What are some of the other challenges? Is when you say, and you're talking about sector codes. By the way, in the energy sector, we don't have a sector code, because there's part of the sector codes that is ridiculousness. And I know right now, there's the review of the procurement element as far as the BE codes are concerned, where we are now saying, for a sector like ours, where the biggest spend in any of our businesses, it's actually the procurement of fuel, diesel, petrol, from the Strait of Hormuz. And then you say, find businesses that are 31% black-owned, or 51% black-owned, or 30% women-owned, and source the product from them. They don't have the product. The product is in the Middle East. So where do I find these people to procure from? Even if you say do it, then you end up with this tick box transformation, where then essentially somebody buys a cargo on your behalf, and then you buy it from them, and then they just become a middleman. And that's not transformation, essentially, in action. That is you now, just adding costs across the value chain rather than really looking at real transformation in the process. But like I said, real transformation is when you do tangible things. Last example I'll give. Real transformation is when you can take an SMME with 3 trucks and you integrate them into your business, and then they can grow from, having the 3 trucks and then being able to deliver your product from where you need it to where it needs to go, and they can move from a Shell account to have a BP account, to have a Total account, to have an engine account. Then that's when you can sit back and say, I've transformed. And then once you've done that, then the codes come back and say, find me another EME, another QSE in the space in order for you to get to that. Last one, the challenge, again, the energy sector where we cannot pass the codes, is you say, develop QSEs. In our sector, simple. A QSE is a company that makes a revenue of less than 50 million rand, right? In our sector, to buy a single vessel of 50 million liters, you're talking about R1 billion plus. So I'm not even talking about all the vessels I need for my business. I just one. So in a single vessel, you say, I actually need 20 QSEs that I should procure from in order for this thing to make sense. And therefore, I should only procure that single vessel from them for the year. And then we close the books, and then I move to the next one. And that's when it gets very murky and very complicated. Because at times, we talk about it from a very impractical point of view. Whereas when it's practical, when it's clear, when it's also realistic, we can actually drive real transformation. Thank you.
Feel free to chime in as well to my panelists if you have anything to respond to. And when you're just talking about it feeling like a tick box exercise, a little bit earlier we had a speaker who was talking about seeing black faces. The presence of black participation does not always equate to transformation. What exactly equates to transformation? He spoke about power. From the BBC side as well, when we spoke about fronting, we touched on fronting and corruption as well. How do these tick box exercises, fronting, also play a role in holding us back? Because already as it stands, when we're listening to the numbers, if your company is only making 50 million rand, but you're supposed to have assets that are worth hundreds of millions of rands, the math is not mathing.
No, thank you very much, moderator. Let me first respond to Mufompe Musaisi. Number one, that is why there are sector codes, so that you can then take into consideration your sector-specific characteristics, right? So if you look at the construction sector, which is a sector where I come from, our QSE level is not 50 million, because we negotiated as a sector. So, and that's why the DTIC will allow you to have a sector code, because you are dealing with sector-specific issues. If you're not dealing with sector-specific issues, there's no need for you to have a sector charter council. You must just do generic. So the energy sector must sit in one room, find a formula for you to work. Our QSE is up to 200 million rands, because we all know construction projects are bulky. So you can't say, a QSE in construction must only do a turnover of up to 50 million rands. It won't work. So that's why Mufompe says, as a sector, you must sit in one room, box each other, come out with what works for the sector. If you're saying your QSE must be $1 billion, let it be $1 billion, because that's what works for you. And that's why you will get your own sector charter council, which is different from the generic codes and other sectors. So that's not an excuse that we can't agree, and therefore we don't have a sector charter council. And all these, turnover thresholds do not work for the sector. So please find each other. Number two, on the issue of, middlemen and middlewomen, let's be clear. We need to create opportunities where we can. Yes, they might not have an oil well, but can we give them an opportunity to own a vessel? Let's give them an opportunity. Hurry plug and bat. Hurry kenye bat. How can you bat? Where there's an opportunity, people must be given a role to play. We can't have an excuse that says, but you see, there are these global giants that own hundreds of vessels. You will not be competitive. If that's the approach, when are we going to have an opportunity for one of us to own a vessel and to be plugged into a value chain? And we're not saying these are easy conversations, colleagues. These are very difficult conversations. Because when we sit in these boardrooms, there are vested interests. So they don't want to open the space for new players to come in. We must open the space for new players. That's why we have this piece of legislation called the BBB Act. It's not for fun. It's to make sure that we open the space for new people to come in.
But why has it failed up to so far?
It's how it's implemented. It is how it's implemented. Now, and that's a very important question. Because we are told all the time that the beneficiaries are those that are close to power. This is what we're told. Right? Now, here's my retort. I say if the beneficiaries are only those who are close to power, are you saying that BBB is only about equity ownership? Right? And I hope that I was hoping that the commissioner was still going to be here because we've had this conversation. To say there are other elements where people are benefiting from BBE, but they don't want to say, yes, I'm a beneficiary. Mutlopo Moses has just said, how many people are in your top echelons of management who are black?
Company-wide 50%,
yes.
And then 50%.
Yeah, how about both? But no, we're not there because of BBE. They will tell you that it's not because of employment equity. They will tell you it's because they're educated and they got there on their own. Not acknowledging, or without employment equity, they would not have received those promotions. So employment equity beneficiaries are BBE beneficiaries. How many people, I was addressing the students last week. I said, how many of you are on bursaries? Half the room is on bursaries. Do you think it's because of the goodness of the hearts of the corporates? No. It's because the law said so. Do you consider yourself a BBE beneficiary? Up until that point, they do not see themselves as BBE beneficiaries. Because of how we are reporting the beneficiary base of BBE. So the beneficiary base is far broader, but the focus is only linear as far as ownership is concerned. And that's where we get it wrong. Because not all of us are going to be owners, let's be real. But we can then benefit from the other elements. Even our communities are beneficiaries, but they don't know. If you are running a soup kitchen that Anglo-American is sponsoring, that's BBE. But they will not acknowledge because, well, nobody has told them that actually this money, at the end of the financial year, Anglo-American says, I've spent 100,000, I want B points. Nobody tells them that. So we must now disclose the full list of beneficiaries of BBE to demonstrate that the beneficiary base is far broader than only those few that are at the ownership level.
I think that's actually a good parting shot on that. A round of applause to that too. Ms. Nhlapo, we heard earlier the Deputy Minister talking about the rail industry and also mentioning that they want to move 250 billion tons by 2030 to rail. When we're looking at our current state of our rail industry, outside of even the transformation part of it, is that even doable? And then also include how far behind we are when it comes to transformation.
We need to tell the factual truth. There was a time when this country's railways was running. And because of the people that we appoint at these boards, and I'm still surprised why this particular person has not been declared a delinquent director. They go into state-owned entities that functions well. The numbers will speak for themselves. Accuse people of corruption, cancel contracts that are mainly held through transformation, and black business collapses. Same people move into Transnet, accused of corruption, cancel contracts. So there is a consistent movie in railways. And the only people, the only victim, who's always a victim, is a black business. Guys, it's hard doing business whilst black. Doing business whilst black is an extreme sport. It breaks my heart that our government does not see these reforms to reform our economic landscape. The economic regulator, it touches on the Constitution, but to give you access as a user, not as a maker. The maker is Malum Jabulani. Ohlele ekhaya ongasebenzi. We are breaking the fiber of what makes us, that makes black families, because umalum Jabulani akasebenzi. And we even telling Umalum Jabulani in terms of the economic regulator that no, we want efficiency. The new rules is efficiency, guys. In fact, the economic regulator bypasses the BEE Act. These are new rules. The BEE Act is old rules. You need to write new rules. This is a second phase of the democracy, and it must look different. We are not our fathers. The change is here, and we owe it to them, to the future. Guys, katsokudlala siphelile. Kubi. Sizosala siphethe amaphepha. The regulation, it is the rule. There's no transformation. It's gonna get worse. The only power that the state has, the state through ownership and control of the asset, can influence transformation. But if you are taking the asset, give it to efficiency, you have no control. Ownership without control is zero. Let's not, guys. All the reforms that you see in the country, they are on the regulatory side. Does not include us. And in Lel, our leaders are telling that, hey, gune reform. That reform is the movement of economic power. And in fact, all the codes will become useless over time because the measure is not the BEE Act. The measure is the regulation. So you must write new rules. The 250 million tons is what government has set for itself. It must be said that the MDS strategy, when we had 226 and 228 million tons per annum, the goal was 350 million tons per annum, not 250. 250 is for the recovery. When Transnet no longer has power to procure, where is the preferential procurement going to come from? So we need to move on at a different pace. The Economic Regulator Act, it came through an MOU between Department of Public Enterprise and Department of Transport. So the foundation of the Economic Regulator is wrong. The basis of the economic regulator was started with an MOU. And when you change laws in this country, you are governed by the administration law. We need to look into that. because if you listen to the cases around on aviation recently, the argument says that no, you don't have power to, insert something that is not in the main legislation. But the blueprint, which is the Constitution, says something else. So how we interpret laws in this country must change.
Like you're saying, a complete system overhaul. Ms. Meripadi, I mean, you're representing the Truckers Association of South Africa. When we're talking about this movement to freight as well, that obviously affects the trucking industry, which is clearly also benefiting from this inefficiency that we're seeing. But when it comes to these challenges as well from the Trucking Association, how would you lay them?
Look, I think the reality that should sink into all of us is that we are living with the apartheid laws. 1971, the freight industry was deregulated. And in 2004, we took to the street to the Department of Transport. And then they came back, they said, let's sign a law that will unify the economy by, the regulatory system. Now, we are sitting here, we've got all modes of transport, we've got aviation that proved that Sandton took a flight to Eastern Cape, they never came back. It landed there, it never came back. Then you go to maritime. There is no vessel that is flying a South African flag. You'll never find one. And then you are seated with the policies that are regulating the same companies. And then you are saying it's transformation. When in the freight industry, for example, you are talking about the squash certificate. Every time when you get closer to them, they bring in another regulatory rule to it. You come close, they bring a regulatory. That is why we'll never go forward. And if we don't go forward, we are going to have such events, and the events are not going to assist us. We need to come back and say, how do we discuss to be radical in the industry? Radical transformation. Not shorten, not just the state of transformation, radical. And then radical will assist us to be able to tell the presenters, that you are not going to tell us about your transformation of 50% in Shell. We cannot discuss that. That's why I'm worried that why every time when you talk about black people, black companies, we say BE transformation. But when you talk about big businesses, we don't say that. We just say that a certain business has been doing well for so many years, and therefore they are part of us. But when it comes to black people, we categorize them in a certain way. I'm going back to the fact that that is why you'll see us pushing in the industry and we will not be able to get there. One thing that the industry must do is that whatever that they think about in those policies, they must try to find a solution, and we don't have a solution. Truck stop border at Bay Bridge, where there is 1,000 trucks that must go there. Shell should be saying to us, this is how we've managed to solve the congestion there. Because you get fuel from Shell, they give you an account, you've got a truck, you take the goods there, and on your way there, you stand for 7 days, you come back. But you didn't manage to deliver the load. Then you don't perform, and then you become insolvent. So either or, we have a problem of the policies that we are living with, and those policies are just being polished and then so that we can be able to think that we are doing better. There's no industry that is doing better in the transport industry currently. Unless it's a taxi industry, I know they are going to attack me.
But you mentioned this goalpost that keeps shifting. Who's shifting it? Is it government? Is it the industry itself?
It's private business. And private business has partnered with the same people that they sit with in those meetings. I end there.
Masa, can I come in there? Please, can you say something about what is this radical thing you say must be done? Right? Because part of what we want to do out of these dialogues is to be able to craft a way forward that's sensible, number one, that is practical, and that actually can be taken serious. And it's obviously nothing is perfect. So we're trying to get to a point where when we live here, after we've heard what everybody is saying, we could then do something that can take the matter one step forward. What could that radical intervention be in your view? One or two things. Now, obviously, when we get to the tables just now with the working lunch, people can then comment on that and consolidate it.
Prof. JJ, Botswana has reserved all their transport to their own citizen. It starts there. And then when you go to Botswana and a drop off something in some of the goods, you go there, you've got a warehouse where you leave it so that Botswana local companies can go and collect it from there. So when you talk radical, you cannot be saying to black companies in South Africa, go and compete with the companies that have already been there. In the freight industry, there's only 10 companies that are managing the entire freight system. When you saw the billions there, you are talking about 10 families. You know, and they are not going to collapse anytime soon. So radical comes in when our government will make an announcement. Ogote South Africa, the transportation is going to be transported under black companies, and that will be it. And those 10 families will collapse, and that's it. Let's go back to what Botswana is doing and implement it in South Africa. And they are the only ones that are getting it right, and they are winning with it. But now we are even allowing transport to get transporters to come from, African countries to come and deliver in South Africa. I'll give you a simple example. The Coast Border Agency in South Africa is allowing DRC to come to South Africa and collect fuel and go to DRC. Instead of South Africans saying, transporters from South Africa, take fuel to the DRC. And when you get to DRC, DRC will make it very hard because corruption in DRC is plain. Like, it's not hiding. When you get there, you are not going to come back after 3 months. Why allow DRC Congo to have fun in South Africa, whereas you cannot allow South African transporters to go to the DRC and drop this fuel at Zambia, and DRC can come to Zambia because you cannot go over and then come and collect it and deliver that side. So what is important, Radical says our government must make an urgent announcement, and they must stop not talking about aviation, maritime, and freight. You listen to the Deputy President. He spoke about taxi, bus, accidents, safety awareness. They're not going to get close to where the white companies are touching.
Wow.
Do you want to add on to that?
If the logistics sector is the backbone of the economy, and black people don't play a meaningful role, then there will never be economic changes amongst black people. We actually are far removed from what the Constitution had provided us. And, but our own officials are the weakest link.
Ms. Govender, I know you have said there is a very long road, but you are making some inroads here and there as well. The weakest link. Who's the weakest link?
Okay. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. So I will talk from a funding perspective. That's what I do on a daily basis. I would say our black entrepreneurs need more support. We provide financial support, but also non-financial support at the NEF. I spoke earlier on around how we hold the hands of our entrepreneurs when there's transactions or investment opportunities that they want to pursue. But the weakest link, I would say, would be our public and private entities. I know I'm repeating myself, because they are the ones who needs to be intentional around providing commercially viable opportunities to black entrepreneurs. And I know in terms of the procurement policies, we've made the environment conducive, but it's not conducive enough. What are we doing to ensure that entrepreneurs gain the skills and the training to secure the orders and the contracts and the work? Because that is what we require from a funding perspective to support these entrepreneurs. Then in terms of how we addressing the issue, just to maybe also give you more information about the services that we provide as the NEF. We have a pre-investment department. We receive over 1,000 applications on a monthly basis currently. And if we look at the conversion rate of the applications, it is very, very low, probably around 5%, purely because the business plans are not in support of commercially viable opportunities, because entrepreneurs do not have cannot demonstrate that they have the skills and training to operate the businesses that they are applying for. For instance, say someone who is a chartered accountant wants to buy shares in an engineering firm. And we were talking about the fronting earlier on. So I think there needs to be more training, more skills, sharing skills. There must be, we need the buy-in from public and private sector to support entrepreneurs with opportunities.
Before I open for questions, I just wanted to know from our panelists if there's anything you want to add on. Mr.
Yeah,
Mufokeng?
no, I want to add the following points. Number one, the concept of regulatory capture, very important. And I think Mepari spoke to it, right? Lememi Sela has spoken to that. And I think that underscores the importance of unity when it comes to black business. Because we need to be united to push back against regulatory capture. Now, let me make a very simple example. I'm in the construction industry. In terms of the CIDB, who's the regulator, you've got grade 1 until grade 9. Grade 9, unlimited amount of projects that we can implement. Now, what then happened is that when the other side saw that, no man, there are black companies coming into grade 9, now look at grade 10. They can't be grade 10. We are just arriving at grade 9. Give us time to relax here and enjoy ourselves. At grade 9. We are not going to entertain anything about grade 10 because we've just arrived. So that's how we push back against regulatory capture. If we are not there, if we are not in the room, they will have gotten their grade 10. Next thing, they're going to grade 10, the requirements are higher, and now the cheese keeps on moving. So we need to push back against regulatory capture. We can only do so if we are united. And we must belong to organizations. You are not going to be united running your own business alone there. Olo office in how united. Who are you united with? You must belong to an association, an organization that can then speak on your behalf. Number two, we often talk about political will. We speak less about administrative will. These officials are in the administration of government departments, of SOEs, of regulatory bodies. They have got no will to empower us. Now, if you look at the BBBE Act, Section 10 says there must not be a license that is issued without due consideration around transformation. So you just can't get a license. Literally can't get a license. Is that demonstrator or no? We are doing something about transformation. They shouldn't. That's what the BBBE Act says. How many of those administrators are applying it? Very few. So there is no administrative will to make sure that things get done. Yes. Even on our tenders, Prof, Mutlope Moses used to talk about triple Ps. One of the biggest triple Ps now is on transmission. 14,000 is the full program, 14,000 kilometers, 440 billion. The first window is 1,160 kilometers. I can assure you, not even I can assure you, it will go to an international player because only international players have been shortlisted. Why? Because it needed AAA credit rating. Who's got a AAA credit rating? Who's black? Harna le banka fela banka absa. So credit rating you must have done 5 billion rands worth of transmission project in the first 5 years. Eskom does not even do $1 billion a year. Who's going to demonstrate that track record? You must have 2 billion unencumbered cash. Now, this is something that one of the administrators in a South African department signed off on. Sure. When we show our politicians, hey, these are the requirements. Hey, they have been signed off administratively. So there is lack of administrative will to make things happen. Yes. My parting shot is to the funder on the panel. Madam Funder, we need money. We need money. Somebody must take a risk on us as black people. Somebody. We need somebody to trust black business. And I will stick to example. If a person is a chartered accountant, that person can run any business. So you can't then decline an application from a CA who says, I want to buy a rail company. And you say that they do not have a demonstrable track record. When are they going to have a track record? Must they now resign, a rail company and then be funded? We can't operate an economy like that. We are not going to operate an economy like that. People have gone to school, they're educated, they've done something with their lives, they've got some experience. Can we please just take a risk on them?
Yes. Masa, I think you took words out of my mouth. I wanted you to direct this to Ms. Governor, the NEF. The transport sector in particular is very capital intensive, right? I just recently, my brother-in-law bought a truck that is worth 2.9 million, and it doesn't have, doesn't have a trailer, just the head. You must still get the trailer and then go to Eskom and say, can I transport? Okay? I don't know what it's per month to buy something, a vehicle that expensive. My car is very cheap, right? And now he's got 2 other trucks that are old, so he got this new one. He goes to the NEF and says, I don't have a trailer. The trailer alone needs R1 million, right? Can I please have R1 million? Now, I want you to just tell me whether or not there's still this issue about what is called skin in the game. So his truck is 3 million. I come to you and ask for this 3 million because I've got a business plan to go to Eskom to transport their coal. You are now going to say, do you have $500,000, please? Or does NEF take the risk that Mr. Mufuge is talking about, where you can believe in someone who has the idea who has the capacity. Because this is part of why maybe you are sitting at 5%, other than the fact that people may have a poor business plan.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the example. It's actually a very good one. So when it comes to transport and the sector, we all know how the sector operates. In the transport sector, you need to secure a contract with a contract employer in order for you to make sure that you have business, an income on a monthly basis. So if you come to the NEF and you need funding, and by the way, we funded many trucking businesses with contracts as a backing. Because at the end of the day, like I said, what is real transformation? We're talking about that today. It's creating sustainable businesses. So when we assess applications, we have to ensure that it's commercially viable and sustainable and create sustainable jobs. Because if we look at the business in 5 years' time, we want those jobs to still be there. So that is how we assess the application. So if I look at your example, in that case, I will ask you, where are you going to get your business from? Who is going to support you? If you don't have that market access, or there's a public or private entity who's not able to give you the market access, then it is already a challenge. And that is why the decline rate at the NEF is so high. We are working on it, and also assisting entrepreneurs to get market access with our partners.
Yeah, so I wanted to interrupt you just there. So if I go to ESCOM, I don't have a truck now. I want to, but I have an idea that I can transport coal. So I go to ESCOM and say, ESCOM, please give me a contract to transport coal. But where's your truck? I say, no, I'm going to go to the NEF to ask for money for the truck. I just want to help me with that chicken and egg.
Yes,
because
and
if I go and try and get a contract, I say, you have the chance, you don't have a truck, you don't even have a tire of a truck. Now you want the, then when I come to you, you say, where's your contract first? Before I give you money for the truck. How did you resolve that? Because I'm sure you have come across that example many times.
Yes, every day, in fact. So it is indeed a challenge. So fortunately, in the example that you've made, we are in discussions with ESCOM and also partnering with them. So we do link entrepreneurs with our partners and introduce them. So we will say, ESCOM, we have Mr. Johnny, and he really wants to, secure business in the industry. We want to support him. Are you able to assist him and at least have a discussion with him? And then that is where the process starts. That's why our process sometimes take long, because we handhold the entrepreneurs. So in as much as I say there's a high decline rate, but there's also a high handholding rate. So once you receive your decline from the NEF, we will stipulate exactly the reasons why the application was declined, but also take the time to assist you to address those issues. That is the non-financial support that I was referring to and that I referred to.
And the risk appetite, which is what Mr. Mofokeng was talking about, just taking a chance. Sometimes all those requirements may not be ticked, but the fundamental ones may be ticked.
Yes, definitely. We assess every application on its own merits. If the fundamental issues have been ticked and we are happy and satisfied, and there's a sound business case, but we haven't ticked all the boxes, there will definitely be an appetite to invest in the business. That we've done many times. We've taken risks many times.
Okay, I'm going to open the floor for one or two questions. There's a question back there. You want to go down and take it? Thank you.
Where's the question? Oh, all right. All right, Maslow, I understand lunch is at 2:15.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gino Dalfava. I own a company called Kwasi Sonke Logistics. We are recognized as the first black freight forwarding and customs clearing agent. And so my question would go to Alawani. We can provide the ship for you out of Omos into Durban at any port. We can customs clear it and then get it onto the Transnet pipeline for you to get it to that Island View shipping terminal. All right. My question, I would like to say thank you to our panelists, Brother Gregory, Sister Paddy, and Sister Marcella. I would like you to share, as you alluded to earlier, and the Deputy Minister didn't pitch up. I was wondering if the JJ, you need to get the Minister here and ask her, is she serious about Minister of Transport, about black economic empowerment? Because it's been put up, Brother Gregory, on the back seat, 30 years backward. So in terms of the 1.9 trillion that Marcella's involved in, and most of us sitting here today don't know what is happening to increase from that 156 million tons of our minerals to 250 million by 2030. And there's no black participation in that program. So Barbara Creasy, Minister Creasy, JJ has given 11 train operating companies licenses to move product via Katu to Saldanha Bay, where I live. And so, and then from Volksrust to Ermelo into Richards Bay. And there's no black participation. And the current black payers, I said a year ago, JJ, yeah, when we had parks, and I said persons like my brothers, Sandili Zungu and Patrice, are gatekeepers. They don't want other black people like us to come into the mineral space. So please, Marcella, share about that 1.9 trillion, JJ. It means, it equates to 1 billion rand per day needs to be spent for the 30 years, and there's no black participation. So don't bring Deputy Minister Schlangwe here, JJ. Bring Minister Creasy. Thank you.
Okay, let's take one more before you go to lunch.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Mazibu. I just want to know, the older generation of entrepreneurs, particularly in our township, they came up with their own initiatives of funding. So what is stopping us? There's nothing wrong with PE and support of government. What is stopping us to come up with our own funding initiatives as organization of entrepreneurship? And also the previous discussion, it was about the auto mechanic. How are we linking with the TVET and the young people who are not employed? Because my question, we are told that these cars are developed, but most of the time we found out we assemble things. So are we really building them from scratch, or are we assembling them? And how are we connecting with the TVETs? Thank you.
Ramasa?
Answers for those questions, and there's one more over there that will squeeze in while you're answering that question. Don't worry, I'll go. Okay. I'll do the work for Women's Month.
Thank you, thank you. An organized minority will always rule a disorganized majority. Always.
Sure.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Muri from Ag Management. I may be covered by the panelists on certain things. One.
Okay, take this one.
Okay. One of the fundamental challenges that we have was portrayed just like here. The moderator asked a question. What do we see as transformation? We had different answers from our panelists. We don't have a clarity of thought. We don't know what we want. Someone will say, yeah, no, we were 50% management of black. For them, it's transformation. And I want to take a different angle, ladies and gentlemen, but at least Dr. Gregory covered me a little bit. Because even yesterday, I was in the employment equity transformation, giving us employment equity report. The commissioner, they were saying, yeah, you are trying as government, can you come on play as private sector? The people who have authority, they've abandoned that authority. Now we need to focus on the jockey, of course, because of where I'm coming from, BMF. We are not saying it's a silver bullet. What do we think in terms of the reset or of the transformation, as I agree with my lady of the CEO there? The question is the problem of the system or is the problem of leadership? We want to argue and submit that is an issue of a leadership in order to change the system. Because the system is there, we know. But we need courageous and selfless leaders who will say, despite the risk of me losing my dollar or my, okay, because the issue with us, all of us who are here, most of us, we know what we are signing off is not correct. It's not transforming, it's not taking us forward. But we are still signing off because otherwise I will be expelled in this company. I will be expelled in this government because you can't touch that thing. Can we go for research? And where I'm going as I close, if you recall, Abo Tambo and Nelson Mandela, they were just graduate and running their profession, legal profession. But they were ready to dump their profession and their economic emancipation for what? For the bigger cause. Are we ready to do that? And as BMF, we are saying the solution will be mental liberation towards socio-economic emancipation. Because we are damaged as the black people. There's an issue of self-hate. What Gregory is saying is true, that the officials are the ones who are even blocking us from bigger things. So what we are saying as the jockeys, we must re-look at ourselves. And secondly, we must have clarity. Ntate Gregor, how do I unity? Unity for what? Is it the radical transformation that May is speaking about? If we can get that one right, but for us, we need to decolonize education because it starts in the mind. Ntate Steve Biko told us. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're standing in between lunch
Maslow?
now.
Yes.
Lunch has been served, but if you do want to have any responses to some of these comments before you leave, you're more than welcome to.
I'll start. Bebrugino, we are watching that 1.9 trillion very, very closely. Two aspects to that quickly. The first one you've spoken to it already is the TOCs. Now, what many of you might not know is that the first network statement was issued in December 2024. We immediately protested because in there was no provision for BBB companies. We liaised with the minister, an addendum was issued in February 2024. So as we speak, some of the TOCs that have been awarded are black. The issue that we must now discuss is access to finance, madam, because this thing is capex heavy, and they are now struggling to raise finance. Number two, the second network statement is out. Again, we didn't have political and administrative will. As we speak, on Monday, together with Aria Memisinamon, we're having a meeting with the department again to say, where are the provisions for black players in here? So we are watching it very closely. We are not going to remove our eye on that process until there is meaningful participation by black players. But there are many issues, variables that we've got to control. So it's the licensing issue on this one, on this side. On the other side is access to capital so that they can get assets and get moving, and then market access issues must also be addressed. So there's a lot of variables, but it starts with making sure that the policies, the legislation speaks to enabling black players to come in and play. So we are very close to that process with Mme Mzila. We are not leaving it to chance. Number two, Mutlompe Solomon, maybe it's my fault that I did not answer that question when it was earlier posed. The vision from the BBC is very clear. When we say we want transformation, we will be happy when the ownership and control of this economy is reflective of the demographics of the country. That's it. Anything less than that is not yet Uhuru. So we need to keep on fighting until we get to that state where the ownership and control of this economy is reflective of the demographics of this country. The economy must be 90% black owned, in short. 90% black owned. So that's what we see it going. And the last one, Dr. Solomon, unemployment equity. By the way, the reason why we're not making too much progress is because we started off with the impression that there's goodwill to transform. That's what we started. We thought, no man, after 1994, we're just going to share the spoils. We don't need to introduce laws and all of those things. Now we are at a stage where we are realizing that you've got to legislate everything. And that is why, and I'm sure you might have heard this yesterday, that we supported the BMF in terms of making sure that companies that do not comply with their own employment equity plans are fined. So they must be fined. But number two, we even took it a step further. To say, even when you are tendering for government projects, those of you who are not aware, we are now going to call on you to submit an employment equity clearance certificate. It's in the legislation. So if you are not promoting black people, if black people are not playing a prominent role in your management, black women and so on, you are now going to be closed out of government tenders. That's where we are. We are going to legislate these things until we get it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Panelists, Ms. Ntlapo.
One of the biggest mistakes that are in our constitution is to keep a developmental state with the Public Finance Management Act. That is a problem because PFMA gives you 3 years to industrialize the country at scale, to change the face of the economy. O ka se etse ka 2-minute noodle contracting. The finance industry is very naughty. They are using the lens of the commercial bank to fund their developmental mandate. They must change the rules that are aligned with their mandate. The foundation of the rail reform is wrong because the National Rail Policy at 2022, there is a section, chapter 6. Then there was the road freight strategy. I don't know, but this is where the road splits. We are no longer following the National Rail Policy because the policy says transformation. The roadmap says efficiency. So we need to rewrite everything. And nothing can move until we do that. You must not allow that person to convince you that no retail Lukisa. There's no Lukisa. I told you on the first network statement that is not going to happen. And then we had to go back and force him. They say later. Later again, guys. Now, lap. And no access approval should be granted under Chapter 2 of the Economic Regulator Bill until the Minister of Minister of Transport, Minister of Trade, Industry, Competition have jointly confirmed which gazetted code of good practice applies to the determination under Section 10 of the BE Act. Until that criteria has been established, it is narrow, it costs nothing today, it is difficult for these black people. Shame. Re tlo sala re tshwere dipampiri.
Sure. I think that is sobering to end it on. Rosala re tshwere dipampiri, Mr. Mosei.
Hey, I need to find a vendor phrase here. Ya utshwara dipampiri. But maybe going back to the Strait of Hormuz, an interesting place. Specific question was, can I contract you right now to take your vessel to the Strait of Hormuz? With regards to the Strait of Hormuz, my straight answer is no, I won't. Because from a Shell point of view, one of the core pillars of what we stand for is safety. And we have taken a decision globally as a company that we are not for any country, we are not taking any vessel across the Straits of Hormuz because the situation is just not safe. It's volatile. So now I come and, I think, can you imagine the news headline, Shell sends a black man's ship where they're not sending any of the other ships to go and load in the Strait of Hormuz, and it gets bombed because it was a black man. That would be quite a disservice. But in broad terms, that's not something that we would do because of where we sit with this. But I think maybe at the back end of your question is really to say, how do we bring people into our value chain who are transforming the value chain? And when I started here, I said, for us, it's a commitment that I've made under what we call nation building as a business. And for us, there's a gentleman who said, we define transformation differently. And I get what he means when we say we define transformation differently. But at the same time, I think you kind of have to crystallize it for yourself as to, what's going to guide you to go to what you want to be able to achieve. So for us, when we think about nation building, it's not so far different to what he said. Because when you think about nation building, it's about you're a corporate that operates in a community and in a society, and you want to make sure that you create sustainable opportunities for that society and for that community that, again, everybody can be in a better space. So in bringing people to our value chain, and maybe I'm taking too long here, but let me be specific. I've seen it all, especially in the trucking sector. I've seen where we have moved from company-owned assets, company-operated transport system, hand it over to employees and their managers, you contract them to do the work, and it collapses. I've seen where we have gone, three trucks, we trust you, come with the 3 trucks, and we build the trucks, and then we build a profile, and someone can be able to do a lot more work. And we've also done the same, 2 trucks, and then it fails. And then maybe we move from 2, and then we get to 10, and then it fails. But the commitment is never to say, we give up, and we're never going to transform or bring new opportunities. Actually, Sebastian's sitting there. I gave him a challenge. We went out to tender for one of our road transport contracts. And it's come back, right? And the guys are doing the scoring and all that. And I said to him, make sure that this round is representative of the transformation that we are committed to. Because if I log it in now for the next 3 years or the next 5 years, it means the next round comes after 3 or next 5 years. And that's how we think about transformation and bringing people into our business.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our esteemed panelists. We'd like to thank you so much. And please enjoy lunch. I really enjoyed picking all your brains. So we're going to have a working lunch, right, Prof?
Yeah. We have a working lunch. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the panel. And Masa, you got to go to work.
I will be on Newsroom at 6 p.m. Do watch.
Please give Masa a round of applause. She's going to have to leave to go to TV. She still has a TV gig, Unlike some of us.
I have 2.
Okay. Please, it's a working lunch, right? So in your tables, we are going to come up with one or two, no, let's say 2 ideas of what we must take forward, right? Coming out of this dialogue. Remember, we're directing what we are discussing here to the national dialogue. We're also directing it to Parliament, right? Whether be the Transport Portfolio Committee or the DTI. So come up with just two, because there's already 20 tables here. So already we'll have 40 ideas. So don't come up with more. Just two ideas from your table. After lunch, we're gonna come to your table and say, what is the idea that came out of your table? And then please write it on a little piece of paper, right? But when you stand up to talk, summarize. Don't give a long speech, okay? So it's a working lunch. Talk to somebody next to you in your table. Then we'll come to your table after lunch for a report back. You tell us what should be the two things coming out of this dialogue. Enjoy your lunch. And to those at home, we will resume in 30 minutes. For those at home, we will resume in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Please, we started. You're so late getting home from the office. Did you miss your train? Were you stuck in the rain? No, don't bother to explain. Can I fix you a quick martini? As a matter of fact, I'll have one with you. For to tell you the truth, I've had quite a day too. Guess who I saw today, my dear? I went in town to shop around for something new. I thought I'd stop, grab a bite around the park. I looked around for someplace near. Then it occurred to me where I parked the car, there was the most attractive French cafe in town. It really wasn't very far, the way you showed me to a dark, secluded corner. And my eyes became accustomed to the room. I saw two people at the park who were so much in love. Not even I could stop, sweet and clear as a day. Guess who I saw today, my dear? I've never been so shocked before. I led it blindly to the door, then didn't see me passing through. Guess who I saw today? Guess who I saw today? Guess who I saw today? I saw Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is up on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. let me see forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, in other words, I love you. Dimthandana mevuka ehamba esenza into zakhe kuchisa kubanda kusasa nasemini enqumile esenza into zakhe kumhlophe kumnyama kusasa nasemini dimthanda nomevuka ehamba esenza into zakhe kuchisa kubanda kusasa nasemini enqumile esenza into zakhe kuchisa kubanda kusasa nasemini uyelo onqumisa inhliziyo yami ngaho awaxesha onke nguyelo onqumisa umphefumulo wami ngaho wonke amaxesha sike sithi dimthanda nomevuka ehamba esenza into zakhe kushisa kubanda kusasa nasemini enqumile esenza into zakhe kuchisa kubanda kusasa nasemini dimthanda nomevuka ehamba esenza into zakhe kuchisa kubanda kusasa nasemini enqumile esenza into zakhe kuchisa kubanda. Mama asilungisele ukuthi siye esikolweni athi vuka amogeza ungabi late ukudla kwakho zokuthola etafuleni ngangikazi ukuthi one day ngizokhula nami ngibe muhle ngibe ngibe mude ngibe nje ngifane nabanye noma kunzima mama wenza iplan ebafethu ngikhuluma ngestar khuluma ngeste khuluma ngembokodo yo noma kunzima mama wenza iplan ebafethu ngikhuluma ngestar khuluma ngeste oh mama bomthandazo mama bomthandazo baba dinele oh mama bomthandazo mama we baba dinele oh mama bomthandazo mama we baba dinele oh baba dinele oh mama bomthandazo noma kwenyuka noma kwehla uma evela thandaze athi vula mntwana ungakhali kuyoze kulunge one day kuyoze kulunge one day noma kwenyuka noma kehla uma evela thandaze athi thula mntwana ungakhali kuyoze kulunge one day kuyoze kulunge one day noma kunzima mama wenza iplan ebafethu ngikhuluma ngestar khuluma ngeste khuluma ngembokodo yo noma kunzima mama wenza iplan ebafethu ngikhuluma ngestar khuluma ngeste oh mama bomthandazo we baba dinele oh mama bomthandazo mama we baba dinele oh mama bomthandazo
Sizawuthetha i-5 hours.
One, two, one. Colleagues, please let's settle down. Let's settle down. Hope the lunch was okay. If you are still chewing, we can finalize. We want to now get report backs. Quickly on each table, come to your table quickly. You stand up quickly, introduce yourself and say what your idea is. The team will capture that. And then we will ramp up the day. It should bring the day to an end. Can we please settle?
Thank you very much. From table 2, we're taking over, or rather taking from what Ntate Mabasa presented, which was in the automotive sector. And there's a question that has actually come up more than once, which was regarding the role of TVET colleges. Now, as he had indicated that if you drive around or when you drive around, you would see the amount of vehicles that are of Oriental origin. These smaller cars, you know, that have flooded. I don't know if you use the N1 as regularly as some of us do, but there's so much traffic on the N1 every Friday, you know, to Limpopo, Batubaya High. They can afford a lot of these vehicles, right? But the technology that these vehicles are coming with is not a technology which our mechanics or technicians are able to work on. So if a cherry, which is something that we were just discussing, if a cherry, I don't know if it will break down, but if something happens to it, are you able to take it to Onkgopotse? Yes, exactly. Something of that sort. Now, what we have resolved is to say that let us recognize that the legislative framework, and this is where you come in, because after this is not just a talk shop, but this is there's the second layer of what emerges out of these sessions. What should Parliament do? Parliament needs to reform the legislative framework to such an extent that we are not going to get flooded with cars that we can't even fix, right? So the role of TVET colleges needs to be incorporated in our legislative framework. Buti Manamela needs to ensure that the law allows for all these companies that are bringing in their cars, not just to sponsor TVET colleges, to produce technicians that are going to be able to work on these vehicles, right? But that can only happen if not just there's political will, but also there are changes in our legislative framework to a point where cars don't just come in South Africa, and we don't even know where do you get the wiper, or if the indicators, you know, Tabo won't be able to work on that vehicle. So the legislative framework to accommodate the reskilling of our people, particularly through TVET colleges, it's a table 2 submission.
Fantastic, that's truly fantastic. Anyone from this end? Did you discuss anything in this table other than eating? You did? All right.
Okay. No, thank you.
Summarize.
Summarize. I'm going to be short.
Example.
Yeah, no, I'm going to use.
Although he said something.
He's more like your politician.
He's more like a politician. He's a politician.
Oh, he's a politician. I thought he's a scholar.
He's
Okay,
both.
Cool. Okay. No, thank you. So we okay, sure. Yeah. So we looked at a number of things and also listened to different people asking questions, right? Yeah. So what struck us was an organized minority that sort of is succeeding, but the majority is not. Is disorganized, right? Yes. So what we are saying is that it's better for companies to be more collaborative, partner with each other, instead of we create organizations like Black Business Forum. Yeah. But Black Business Forum is made up of private companies and individuals, and it's one for himself, right? Yeah. The gentleman, Mr. George, is in construction, but he's running his own company, right? Successive, out of, yes. Yeah. So if we come together as black companies, we can conquer most and be able to participate in bigger tenders, and then create capacity and be able to collaborate proper. So then number two is that we require the government to support the funding institutions like NEF, or create alternatives, right? Like as Shell, we know that we are not funders, but we go and partner with banks to say, okay, fine, bank one, you can offer so much support in these spaces. Then when we issue tenders, the entrepreneurs know where to access funding. So when it's only NEF, it's only SIFTA, and it becomes very difficult for them to disband the funding.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yes, we had our discussion with our gentlemen here in table number 9. So ours is around energy. The truth of the matter is that the majors, your Shell, your BP, your Engine, your Sasol, those oligarchs and plutocrats. So they are industry bullies. They are not even your, what you call it, they're just industry bullies. So this is what we want them to decide. In fact, the government must help us in this sense. They've got, oh, by the way, I'm the wholesaler in the petroleum space.
Yeah.
So I've got a wholesale license.
Yeah.
So Shell or Engine or Sasol and BP, they've got a manufacturing license.
Yeah.
They've got a wholesale license.
Yeah.
They've got a retail license.
Sure.
They are a referee and the player at the same time. Yeah. So if there's a state of transformation, as a young black person, where exactly must I benefit if they do everything? Because ultimately, as we order from them, though we order in bulk. Yeah. So I'll give you a simple example. Right now, there's a tender in ESCOM, which we tendered for a heavy oil fuel. So they need about 8 companies to supply 8 mega stations. So on those companies, I think there were about 200 companies that submitted. So now I think there are, yes. So now I think they have about 18 companies. So because they've sent us letter of extension. But I'll tell you what, on those 18 companies, these majors are there. Exactly. So, and then now, since they are there, if, say, I'm part of that particular panel of those 8 companies, ultimately I'll be kicked out because they will frustrate me because they are the ones that somehow must supply me. Obviously, I'll underperform in ESCOM, and ultimately they'll have to kick me out, and they'll be left, the 4 of them.
So what must happen?
They must choose which area do they want to play in. They want to be manufacturers, they want to be wholesalers, or they want to be retailers, so that we also have a space to compete, because there is no way that I can compete with Shell. So Shell must remain my primary supplier as a wholesaler. Simple as that. They've got petrol stations and whatever. I'll give you a simple example. When you grow up, you get these people who own petrol stations and whatever. Somehow, when you come from that family, you think that person is an overachiever. He's not. In fact, they're frustrated because these people, the only money they make it through groceries, not petrol.
Oh, my goodness.
So others, they even get into certain syndicates. You find that the petrol station is getting robbed 3 times or 4 times a year. It's because the very owner organized it, because the only way to make money is insurance. Because you cannot make money and live the life that your so-called family is expecting you to live by the profit that you're making through groceries. So they must, if they want to empower black people, they must leave the petrol stations alone and leave their retail license and remain manufacturers or not even wholesalers, because you are in that space. That's number 1. Okay. So the second one, Chairman said that they are giving us a lot of money. So government, I think it is important, it's about time that they take the citizens of this country very seriously, especially around the fuel issue. Yeah. So I'll take you back. On the 28th of February this year, on a Saturday, I think the supreme leader of Iran was assassinated. So, and according to the Central Energy Fund, every Friday, just before the first Wednesday of the month, they will announce a price increase. So on that Friday, on the 27th, they announced a price increase of about 87 cents per liter. Yeah. And then on Saturday, that supreme leader is assassinated. Immediately, because that same price was predetermined on Friday, that it will increase on Wednesday by 89 cents. Immediately, the price was hiked for almost 10 rands, and nobody accounted for that. Yeah. And my argument is around this issue. If you supply, or maybe you are SASCO or whatever, you supply bread, you cannot overcharge me on the predetermined price of the bread that's already on the shelf, because there's a frustration of flour or whatever. Yes. This bread already had, it was already on the shelf. So how can you increase the same bread by 10 rand because some flour guru got assassinated? So they are taking us for granted, these people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Okay, all right, come this side. It's getting heated now.
No, it's getting heated. We had a serious conversation. Okay, I'm just going to summarize this as per our discussions. Yes. Straight to the point. Point number one, we said improve cohesion between government departments in terms of constitution, policy, and directives. And the issue was that the left hand does not seem to know what the right hand is doing. And there should be better cohesion and also upfront conversations and hold-on promulgations. And then the second point, we say BEE verification agency should not only tick the evidence required, but they must also point out the disconnection between all the BEE functions. And then lastly, we said lack of coordination between the BEE elements, which leads to BEE being a tick box exercise.
Thank you very much, my brother. You said we can. Yes, you can give it to me. All right. Thank you. Anything from the table? Yes. I didn't write, but I can talk. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I find myself in a difficult position after the speech there, because there may have been a lot of inaccuracies, so perhaps we could discuss in terms of how we align on that one. The main issue on our table, one of the main issues we discussed was the issue of the sector scorecards for the liquid fuels industry. The latest information we had was that it is sitting with the Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources. And we're talking about a scorecard, we're talking about the sector codes that started being engaged on in 2017. 2017, so until today, it has not been resolved. So whatever issue that needs to be resolved, we would like it resolved so that it can start creating the transformation that the chairperson of Shell was talking about, because whatever he said, he was right on the mark. With regard to the thresholds that you have on the scorecard, you will just need to give a deal to one company and they become generic and they are empowered, which actually means that you therefore creating this a cycle of new businesses that you have to keep bringing in and trying to keep empowering them. So the key thing is we need a finalization of the industry sector code so that transformation can continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I indicated, 9th of October in Cape Town, we're zoning into energy, and we'll try and get Minister Mantashe there. Is there another? Okay, here. Okay.
Hi, Prof. Can we take questions from this side?
All right, you have somebody?
Yes, Prof, we do.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Prof, and good afternoon to the attendees. Prof, so this was basically to the NEF in this regards that we know that there's strict eligibility requirements on the startups and informal businesses that are often in struggle because of the lack of financial history, collateral and audited statements. So, Prof, so we know that legal and accounting auditing can be very much expensive. So we need, as startup businesses, we need a clear assistance or a clear mandate in regards to how do they help the startup businesses. So the second one, Prof and guest, as Chairwoman Mary Paddy has alluded before, that it's very much important that we need a very serious radical transformation in the industry because to achieve actually our goals, because as our brother has said before, that these big giant companies, they've set up a red tape for small or startup businesses to not to operate in a competitive manner. So we need an intervention from the government and also from the sector, which is the black business boards, to come and so that they can take out the red tapes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You ready? Please try and introduce yourself and your company as part of marketing.
Okay, my name is Swelo Pele. I work for Shell. So we had a very rigorous discussion at our table where one of the things that came up a lot for us was really the definition of transformation. I think one of the gentlemen spoke that we don't have a unified idea of what transformation is, and so we believe that in order to get to that clear definition, it's very important for us to look at our history, right, as to the why the BBBE Act exists, for instance. And this has a lot to do with what we teach our kids at school. I'm somebody who grew up in the early 2000s where, yes, we were taught about apartheid, but there was definitely some sort of propaganda that was like, oh, this was something so terrible, but now we're free, right? And as somebody who's in her late 20s now, I see that there's a lot of things that were sort of maybe overlooked or pushed under the rug when we went into a negotiated settlement. So we believe that really looking at what children are taught in schools, what we portray in the media, and even what we do through storytelling in our companies or in our different industries is something that would really help us getting to a maybe more unified definition of transformation or radical transformation, as Mayor Paddy spoke about. And I think that also will include just the gravitas that the employment equity has in terms of what transformation is. And then another thing that we discussed similar to that is just the need for us to have the right people in the right roles from a government perspective. We need people who are educated and skilled in whatever industry or sort of government department that they're running, because in that way they'll have the full scope of what the problem is and they'll have rigorous solutions and they'll even know who to invite to the table to solve those issues. So yes, that's what we discussed.
Thank you very much. Please
Hi,
give her a
Prof.
round of applause. It's really nice.
We have
Olona?
someone here.
Good afternoon. My name is Daphne Somolidwaba. I'm from Malele Brothers. We're providing solution in the mining and energy space. And some of our team have left, and we've made some notes here. The first question, the first comment is on ownership and triple Ps. We took it from the speech from the minister regarding the budget transparency. And our recommendation is that ring fence 30% of the 25 billion triple P and 31 billion central budget for black-owned SMEs with equity, not just procurement. Why? And also publish a public dashboard of who gets what. No more money to the privileged. That is the first recommendations. And the second recommendation is on beneficiation and integrated infrastructure. We are saying create beneficiation at the port pilot by using tailings, agriculture, energy to turn infrastructure into operating asset. Community must get capital and know-how, not just jobs. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There's one more this side.
Okay, my name is Tulisa Dladla. The whole table is gone, but this was a table of people that are heading the executive area in terms of finance and funding. And it's people that get to deal with the lower end of experience and people that get to really still deal with the literacy around compliance and the importance of it. Because, I mean, we do come into a country where we think, when governor said we have to, it's not just regulatory. Some of us don't understand how we qualify and what disqualifies us and what needs to be put into place. So just to give you a bit of solution, one of the first things that we need to have when we have dialogues like this, we must have people that are heading the financial conversations, even if it's outside a house. A consultancy like my own, that I own, where we educate and rehabilitate businesses. Because also remember, there's a certain, if you want me to trust you with 9 million, you need to be reliable with a 1 million that you owed that is so and so, and you are regularly paying him. That's standard. It's like machonisa. If I borrow you money and you don't pay back, you go to another machonisa. If we have a forum as machonisas, we now know you don't pay. So there's things that we need to also, it's a bust into a bubble, but as business owners, once we stop working for companies, we become naive to the idea of there's still rules as head of the house, as directors, as CEOs. And now if those rules are gonna be there, these are not gatekeeping areas. These are safe grounding areas. We don't see African people as high risk, but we are saying, be bold enough to walk to a company and say, yes, I want my truck. I already owe this much. Example you made, you owe 5 million already. Plus you've got 3 trucks that are not going to run for another 2 years. If I put them as a motivator, as a creditor, how do I trust you with another 1 million when you don't even have a contract, but someone was naive enough to give you a truck for 3 million and you've never owned a business before? Do you understand where? So when we have talks like this, we need people that are going to help our African business-owned CEOs talk us into reality. That's one. 2, the gentleman that was on one of the panels, Ntate Mfukeng spoke very passionately about having to belong to an association. In every, she can agree with this. In every department, there's someone there's a conference. City Association, Tina. You don't just walk out and buy a taxi and then now you're saying, Mazulu don't want us to do. There's routes, there's annexures, there's things, there's all of that. So let's normalize having people that are going to have these conversations with us. Let's normalize that on one day we are not only walking out of here frustrated as Africans, but we are walking out of here equipped with information. Have table 1 of association. Have table 2 of logistics, head of associations. Let's be clever blacks. When we have young meetings like this, let's put our head together. We know table 1 is for this, and they're only available till 11, which is like your, when you were in a working industry, they call unions. Let's have our independent unions for each department. The energy department, involve people that are in the energy department. Invite them. Send invites, Rona, Date JJ. Let's invite them. People will honor invites as opposed to just come. Let's make it our workshop in the next one to say, we're going to ask Ntate Mfukeng, where are these people that he's talking about? And who are these people? And then you're going to make it governor's job or this finance table's job to say, where are these people that are going to educate and rehabilitate these businesses? And then the next one is going to be, okay, let's get a full funding table. Because we are aware what we're going to be talking about. It's not like it's a bizarre thing. You planned a panel, you knew. Mema Padiwatla. So you must have someone, 3 people that are sitting around there. Or if he's here and is frustrated already with the systems that are there, he can say, okay, here's a department that heads tenders. They're going to teach you how to beat tenders now. Here's a department that's going to do this. Associate yourself with 3 businesses on the day. That's going to solution everything and anything that we need. Thank you.
A round of applause. That's really a brilliant, brilliant idea, and that would help how we shape future dialogue. Solona, do you have some more?
Yes, I have someone.
Tables
table
outside that want to report?
Afternoon, everyone.
You want to speak? Okay.
I'm Shulani Shihlomule. I'm also in the financing space, similar to the previous speaker. So what we discussed at our table was that government does have good BEE and employment equity plans, but the enforcement of those is not forthcoming, and it almost looks like there isn't either commitment or there is a fear from government to impose fines on those entities that aren't following those BEE laws and employment equity. So just enforcement from the government side. And right now, it's just ordinary people like ourselves left here. The government people aren't here anymore. They will just get a report. They will reply 6 months down the line or whenever with a very high-level AI-inspired response. So it's really unfortunate that we're just almost talking amongst ourselves here, and we're not sure if this will end up anywhere else. But something else just to add from the financing standpoint, because I've been in financing of equipment for the past 8 years, the black people always find a lot of challenges. The rules were not created by us. What the rules require us to comply with, in many cases, is very impossible. It's not always easy to fit in those things. The NEF lady spoke about, you must have a contract, we help with contracts. You asked the important question, Prof, on which one comes first. Till today, there is no answer to that question. What always beats everything is you must have collateral. That is where financing is achieved. For the black-owned company, collateral is almost always never there because we've never been given that opportunity. So what I've noticed is there's banks, of course, that do a lot of funding, but there's mid-tier funders that are privately owned. Those mid-tier funders aren't owned by any black person that I know of right now that can fund entities and can make its own rules because then it's your own money. So we almost need a space where there is some kind of a fund that eases the rules a bit to allow entry into the market. And then thereafter, we can really enter the space, because right now the big barrier is funding and collateral that's required. You can't get the collateral that's needed upfront. You won't have the revenue that's required upfront unless someone eases things for you to give you that opportunity to enter the market. So yeah, if government would have been here, maybe they would say something around if they're working towards something to ease the barriers to enter the market, especially for the financing side of the business. And another thing government should also answer to is their inability to pay on time. Contracts are given. Finance houses, in some instances, will extend the funding, but they won't pay those companies on time. Eventually, equipment gets repossessed, businesses shut down, and then, there was a comment about, what was this comment that was mentioned by the Shell? Capital follows credibility. So we never ever have the credibility as black businesses, because government itself doesn't pay the black-owned company. So you fail to pay, you've got return debit orders. So how then do you build that credibility? And capital will never ever follow where there's no credibility. And that is where government can really help. Start paying contractors and whoever has tenders with them on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. And I think you made a very good point. But you need to understand that the issue of dialogue, that's why the national dialogue hasn't started, cannot be left to government. Right? In fact, government doesn't particularly like dialogue. Dialogue is for us. We must say what we need to do, and we must approach them and say, these are the things we want. As our servants, they are servants, they work for us. So when they come, show their favor, right? It's their job. But if they don't come, we shouldn't stop working ourselves and determine what needs to happen. So that's why we're saying, not just this dialogue, all the dialogues we are doing, we develop a report, we take that report to the relevant forums so that they can attend to it. Right? It's up to them whether they want to hear it live here or when we do a report. But either way, they must listen. So I think that's important. Otherwise, nothing will ever happen. If we waited for government to come to all the dialogues, we'll have no dialogues.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. My name is Mashudu Mande. I'm from a company called Zonaka. We are an advisory and training company. So firstly, I think as Black people, we need to move away from being apologetic when it comes to BEE. Because most of us, we are very apologetic. And you look at their organization like AfriForum, who are they are quite objective and they know what is their mandate that they're pushing. And when there's an attack on BEE, we all take our corners and then we are not vocal in terms of the benefit of BEE. So I think that is the first thing that we need to do. And also the government, they must come on board because we don't have a political will when it comes to BEE. Actually, when it comes to transformation, because BEE is just the one pillar of transformation, looking at the broader picture, where we want to achieve and be able to assist Black people to be able to participate into the mainstream economy, because that is the main objective about transformation, creating an enabling environment for Black people to participate into the mainstream economy. Government must come on board. We are tired of them making those fancy speeches and saying there's so much money will be put aside on the transformation fund, and at the end of the day, there's nothing tangible that we can be able to measure. Hence, you see today we don't have a monitoring and evaluation within the government that can say, since the implementation of BEE, how far are we? Who are the actual beneficiaries? When you look at the enterprise and supply development, we don't have those mechanisms because they're not serious about transformation. They're only serious about it when there's vested interest from their side. And also the other thing that we need to look at is that the implementers of BEE, the verification agencies, the consultant, government needs to review that because those people are not transformed. How can you have someone who's not transformed to say, go and transform the economy? They will never do that. As today we are here, we are not transformed because the people who are supposed to transform us, they are not transformed. And those are some of the burning issues that we need to look at to say, how can you have a verification agency that is 0% Black owned? When you look at their overall staff, there's a minimum number of Black people at a high level. Majority of the Black people are just the analysts down there. And you give that person a mandate to say, go and transform the economy. We will never be transformed. It will never happen. Hence, the government needs to consider that and say, anyone who wants to participate in the transformation space, they need to make an effort to transform themselves. As a prerequisite, you need to have a certain percentage of Black for you to come and say you are transforming the economy. Those are some of the things that we need to be vocal about, and we need to call a spade a spade. Government, according to their own legislation, Section 13G of the BEE Act, it says all spheres of government, they must report, they must implement BEE. When you go to the government department, less than 10% of them have BEE certificate. They are not complying to their own legislation. Section 13G, they are not complying to their own legislation. How then are you going to influence other private sector to comply, to transform, if you are not taking it seriously? And we need to be in a position where all spheres of government and entities, they are aligned and they remove all the red tape that is out there so that as Black people, we can then be able to participate into the economy. They always use BEE as a gatekeeper, but BEE is nothing. BEE, when you look at the PFMA or the public procurement regulation, BEE is only limited to 10 or 20. What about the 90 and the 80, which only deals with functionality and pricing? If we're saying we are serious as the country about BEE, we need then to overhaul the entire public regulations. We've been talking about the public procurement regulation that will, for how long now? How long have we been talking about it to say, no, we are looking at it, we are amending it, it will be implemented. And when you dive deep into that, look at the priority that they've given to the transformation legislation. It's actually to none. So those are the things that the government needs to look at, because as small businesses, more especially as black-owned businesses, when you go out there, firstly, because you are black, they don't trust you that you'll be able to deliver. As the first point, you need to work over and above your counterpart in order for you to be able to participate into the economy. We need to move away from that and say we don't have skills from black people. That is not factual. Those things we need to move away from. We need then to get to a position where the play field is equal for everyone. All opportunities are granted, and all of us, we get those opportunities because we are competent to do so. Not because I'm black. I'm not running a business and I'm looking for business because I'm black, I must get more businesses. No. We need to look at black-owned businesses that are competent enough to participate into the economy. We are not entrepreneurship, because there's this mindset of when you are a black people, you are a entrepreneur. They will ask you, are you complying with SARS, are you complying with all of those things? We are not entrepreneurship. We are running businesses. We are entrepreneurs. And we want the government to allow and give us that opportunities for us to showcase our skills that we have as black people. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Sorry, you say you're part of the charter. You have can you disclose?
Yes, so I'm a member within the Integrated Transport Sector Charter Council. So we were recently appointed by the minister to transform the transport space. Thank you.
Wonderful. That was our closing address. Please give him a round of applause. All right. Thank you very much for your input. There's never enough time for these dialogues, but we need to push where we can to make sure that the agenda, the PE agenda, is not off the table. It is, you know, there are two speakers. There was one over there, the other one this side, who talked about a disorganized majority. That describes us. Because the minority is very organized. I've not read the newspaper today, but I'm sure there's an article that slams BEE somewhere on News 24 or Daily Maverick or any of the right-wing publications. Right? And then there will be no response from any of you who are sitting here. If I ask here how many of you wrote even a letter to the editor, but a letter editor is 200, it's free, first of all. Secondly, it's 200 words. That just says, no, BEE works or it must be improved. We don't do that. What is organized, right? And then we'll just gather and complain and go home. That's what we must stop. And we're hoping that frank dialogue can be a forum where we down, it's a springboard for advocacy for change. Not a networking forum where you eat and drink and go. No. When we leave here, we then say, well, we're going to have a smaller group that will go to parliament and say, we had 4 frank dialogues on BEE, on oceans economy, on finance, and so on. What is the parliamentary committee doing to get some movement in change, right? So we like I said, for this particular one, we'll follow up in Cape Town on the 9th, and then in Durban on the 23rd of October during the transport month. And then out of there, we have some solid stuff. There was somebody who said they must bring the minister. Of course, we always invite the minister, but we don't have control of their diaries. So we have invited the minister, both the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Transport to the 2 upcoming dialogues. And of course, we hope for the best. But whether they are there or not, the dialogue must proceed, right? Otherwise, we must all go home, and we can't do that. Because remember, politicians are temps. They'll be out of office. But you and I will still be next to a pothole or next to water that doesn't work. So you need to always understand, yes, to bring politicians is good, but we are the ones with agency. Because these guys are going to be out of office in 2 years. There'll be new ones. We must engage with those new ones. Also tell them the same thing. You'll be out in 5 years, so listen to us. Okay? So I hope that clarifies this issue about nervousness that we're talking to ourselves. No. We're not talking to ourselves. There are thousands of people who are watching, who are participating online, for example, who are also inspired or encouraged by what we are doing. So we cannot stop. All right. Can I just ask us, before I ask us to stand for the national anthem so we can close? Once again, big thanks to Shell for their sponsorship as well as the National Empowerment Fund. Can we give them a round of applause, please? And I'm sure there are many other companies here that we spoke to them to say we'll do frank dialogues that are sector specific. We can't come to a frank dialogue where you talk in general terms. Say A, B, E in general. No. B, E in your sector. What's happening? What's happening with education? What's happening with oceans economy? What's happening with manufacturing, right? What's happening with trucking and freight and logistics? So it's an ongoing conversation, but at some point we must narrow it to action. Let us stand for a national anthem to close the dialogue. There are cocktails outside and some nibbles for you to network before you join the traffic. A national anthem, please. Go well and God bless you. Thank you for coming through.